If I keep going, I should reach the hangar. If Kokichi's in the hangar, there's a good chance the Exils are patrolling nearby. I should be careful. Do I really need to be careful? Like, is this like some stealth mission stuff? Like, do I actually have to be stealthy? I'm actually kind of scared. Like, do I know how to run? Okay, I kind of know how to run. Okay, I'm hearing the sound is loud. It's kind of loud. Okay, the sound is pretty loud though. Like, where are you? Okay, so they're right there. They're right there. I can't go there. What? Huh?
Huh?
Monokuma? This is the first time I've seen him in a while. Are the Exils protecting him? But why now? And why all four of them? Kokichi is controlling them, right? So why would he do that? Wait, if the Exils are here, they aren't guarding the hangar. This is my chance. I should hurry, but carefully. I don't want to draw attention. Okay. What do you mean carefully? Do I actually have any opportunity of stealth in this game? Like, stop trying to make me feel like I actually have that option. Because I'm scared. Because I'm bad at games. Thank you for telling you to be careful for no reason. The alarm is enabled. Okay, cool. Now what? The electric barrier is up too. I can't get close to the shutter. And I only saw 4 Exils. I don't know where the other one is. Perhaps inside the hangar? Hopefully, I can find a good spot to survey the scene. If I remember correctly, there is a bathroom with a small window there. Where? A bathroom with a... Okay. I think I understand what this man's talking about, but I'm not quite sure where that is. Oh, okay. There's... I've just been walking back and forth like an idiot. There's a window, the bathroom window. Can I see inside from there? I peeked into the small window and saw a silhouette on the other side. Oh!
What are you doing here?
Okay, hello, Kaito. Kind of creepy just to show up here. Or maybe it's creepy that I'm the one who showed up here. I don't know.
Kaito!
Don't shout, stupid. Kokichi will hear us.
Is he close by?
No, I'm locked up in this bathroom, but Kokichi's just outside that door.
Okay.
It'll be bad news if he sees you here. He's got the exosols with him.
Yeah, that's true.
Wait, so what are you doing here?
What am I doing here? Saving you, of course.
What? By yourself?
Am I by myself? I mean, honestly, if anybody's trying to do a rescue mission like this, it's gotta be Maki. Like, why am I here?
No, I'm just scouting the
Okay,
place.
cool.
Tomorrow morning, we're all coming to rescue you.
True, I forgot about that.
All of you?
It was Maki's idea. Honestly, I had given up. We had all given up. But not Maki. She did everything she could to get you back.
Yup, she gotta get her boo back. Like, you guys are like couple goals, even though not technically a couple.
It's because she believes in you, Kaito. She knows that you would never give up, no matter how bad things got.
Yeah, of course. I'm Kaito Momota, Luminary of the Stars.
And honestly, if we were in just a regular high school type of romance, slice of life type manga thing, Kaito would be a character that I might actually like because there's actually like no serious danger in the situation. It's just regular high school stuff. And being positive in a regular high school setting is kind of like, yeah, you can be positive, why not? In this kind of setting, I get, he's just not my favorite character for this scenario, I guess. But he's not a bad character at heart, so I feel bad for begging on Kaito.
Even if the world has ended and humanity has gone extinct, I can't give up. It'd be a crappy story if the hero gave up so easily.
I mean, you're not the hero, but go off.
Yeah, that's right, Kaito.
Don't you worry. I'll do something about all this. That's a promise. All you guys are working so hard, so I can't just sit back and relax.
There's something I want to ask him. I don't care if he's overconfident or acting. I just want to hear him say, "Don't worry, it'll be okay." I mean, I'm tired. No, I don't want to hear him say it, but...
It's just... I'm happy you guys want to save me, but stay safe, okay?
Don't worry.
Getting close to an exisol is dangerous, even if you've got an electro hammer.
Got it. By the way, are you feeling okay? Apart from the injury, obviously.
Who, me?
Yeah, you.
Yeah, of course. It's nothing. Anyway, Kokichi should be back soon, so we better end our chat.
Okay, sure. And hey, Kaito, about what happened with Gonta.
Oh, we're gonna have a conversation now?
Shuichi, I leave the rest to you.
Okay, thanks.
While I'm gone, you gotta support everyone, especially Maki Roll. She can be reckless sometimes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're an impressive detective, through and through. You might not only reach the truth, but something even beyond it. And don't forget, you're not alone. Don't try to do everything yourself. It's only gonna wear you out.
Okay.
When times are hard, you gotta rely on your friends.
A whole lot of generic optimism, inspirational speech type stuff. I like it. Like, these are all just quotes. I don't even know if they're all connected, but he's just hitting all the points to inspire me to do better. I guess that's nice. Rely on your friends. That's it. That's what I've been neglecting.
I believe in you. So I'm leaving the rest to you for now. You got it, Shuichi?
Kaito, thank you. Thank you for being my friend.
Yes, I understand.
All right, now get going before Kokichi comes back.
You're right. See you tomorrow, Kaito.
Yeah. Honestly, I doubt... Is Kokichi really the mastermind? I feel like he might be working for the mastermind. But I'm assuming if the mastermind Junka and Oshima exists in somewhat of its original form, if that makes sense. That sentence probably did not make sense, but if the mastermind still exists, then it's probably like a scrap from the artificial intelligence thing that didn't completely die in the second game if it decides to just come back. After leaving Kaito with a smile, I returned to my room. Well, at least he wasn't as awkward as before. There's no point in wandering around. I should stay in my room and relax. I tried to get myself into the right mindset for the final battle. While I was meditating on it, it became nighttime before I knew it. Okay, hello. He's really putting in some low effort nowadays. Like, show up at least, okay? Show up. We go at dawn. I won't hesitate anymore. Kaito has taught me.
All right.
I have to do it to live, to find a reason to live. I will fight. I spent that night with that thought nestled deep into my heart. Ba 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 ba. Those were some nice tunes. Just show up. Show your pretty face. One more time. Are they not paying you, Monokuma? After the empty announcement from Monokuma, I jumped out of my bed.
All right.
Here we go. First to the dining hall. I grabbed the charged electro hammer and ran out of my room. Honestly, the funny thing is if Kokichi dies at this point, he honestly wanted to kill himself off at this point. Like, why? If we actually succeed with a bunch of stuff that he brought to us, the students himself, it's kind of like, this guy wasn't really feeling it. Like, he's just tired of the game at this point. Even if he does want to feel despair, how can he truly taste despair as a remnant by giving up the plan himself? Like, that was your doing. I feel like you genuinely have to lose by your own rules, like the girl in the first game. We're all here.
Everyone!
Is everyone ready?
Yeah.
Of course! My electro hammer is all recharged. At that moment, I realized one of us didn't have their electro hammer. Maki? Maki, where's your electro hammer?
Nope.
I don't need it. I'd rather not use a weapon I'm unfamiliar with. That makes sense.
Okay.
This is much better. I got you, Maki. Use whatever you can. A knife? Well, I suppose you know best.
Hey!
Then, we're off!
Hey!
Ah, before that, there's something I want to say. I scouted out the hangar yesterday.
Huh?
You scouted out the hangar?
Okay.
Yes, I discovered that Kaido was trapped in the hangar's bathroom.
I see.
The bathroom, I see. That certainly is the best place to lock someone up.
If I remember correctly.
And I also saw
Hmm.
Monokuma by the hangar being protected by 4 exosouls, which is really weird, I have to say. Like, I feel like it means something. Don't want to act like I'm smart because I don't know what that means, but it means something.
Is that alright?
So we have to be careful that we aren't spotted. Oh, I saw that too.
Huh?
What? You saw that? Were you at the hangar too, Kibo?
Yes.
Yes, I thought maybe I could get through to Kokichi before we carry out our plan. So I went to the hangar last night and tried to talk to him.
What?
You tried to talk to him on your own?
Well.
I'm sorry, I thought it'd be preferable for him to release Kaido peacefully.
Hey!
How did it go? Obviously, not well.
Yes, I thought.
It went about as well as I could expect. There was no response at all.
But
But I did witness a few things. What? What did you witness?
well.
We can discuss that later. For now, I'll share what I saw that's relevant to our plan.
For now.
Suichi saw 4 exosouls that appeared to be guarding Monokuma. Well, I saw one of them enter the hangar.
No.
Just one?
Yes.
Yes, the green exo.
If I remember correctly.
The green one. I'm sure I saw that one guarding Monokuma. I don't even know. Is that technically green? Is that just one green stripe? Can you call that a green exosoul? Okay.
I
mean, most of the color that makes up that machinery is not even green. But whatever. I made sure to stay out of sight while I watched. Neither the alarm system nor the electric barrier reacted to the exo's presence.
Could it be?
Does that mean the alarm system and the electric barrier don't work on the exos?
That's right.
Considering it's where the exos are stored, it would appear to be a safe assumption. Anyway, there are 2 exos in the hangar. We should be careful. We only have 1 chance.
Okay.
Since this is our only electro bomb, we can't afford to miss.
You're right.
That's exactly right. Well then, we're off for real this time.
Everyone!
Let's Let's go! We must end this killing game once and for all, no matter what. Honestly, I'm kind of excited for this next trial. Prediction that something's gonna happen. But considering the way we're all acting and how unified we are right now, it's either like someone we didn't know was here killed someone and it's going to be a hard trial that way, or someone in our group is lying and they're also working with Kokichi. Like, which would be something, I guess, but I would say there would be no clues for that yet. So that just seems like a wild speculation right now. Energized and motivated, the group rushed out of the dining hall one after the other. All right, here I go. Okay, we're going. Where am I going? Everyone must have gone to the hangar already. I shouldn't be late. Really? How am I that slow? I can't be that slow. Like, I was just in the dining hall with them and you telling me they're already there? Cool. Huh? Monokuma's not here. He should have been protected by the Exels. And the Exels, they don't look like they're going to move. What's going on? And there are only 3 of them. There should be 2 more in the hangar.
That's true.
It's just like Kibo said. We should consider ourselves lucky that there's only 2. If all 5 of them are here, it'd be impossible to execute the plan.
All
right, let's keep moving. Okay, cool.
Well then.
Everyone is here. Let's get started right away. I'm ready.
Are you okay?
Maki, are you ready with the electro bomb? Oh, I'm kind of nervous right now. I'm feeling like something's about to shift.
Hey.
Just saying, this is not going to be a happy time once we get in. Who do you think you're talking to? It's similar to a grenade, except the detonation lags a bit after you push the switch. Once we roll this to the front of the shutter, it should disable the alarm system.
That's obvious.
This won't fail. The electro bomb has an effective range of 50 yards and lasts for 2 hours. If Kokichi's remote control is disabled, we'll stand a chance against the Exels.
All right.
Let's stop Kokichi before he gets into the Exel. But be ready for the worst. We might have to use the electro hammers. If he gets into that Exel, I'll stop him with his hammer. Yeah, you're right.
What's the matter?
What's wrong, Maki Roll? We're all ready to start, you know?
That's true.
Yeah, alright. Then, let's go. She's feeling the same feeling that I'm feeling. Like, one, it's too optimistic, especially when it's not, like, actually the end of the game. Stuff's about to turn. Like, let's go. Magi triggered the electro bomb, then rolled it in front of the shutter. And then...
100%.
The alarm system is disabled. Now we can approach the control panel.
Shuichi!
Will you do the honors?
Leave it to me.
All right, leave it to me. Okay.
All right.
If I hit the control panel with this, as I swung up the electro hammer, I suddenly noticed, like it's all damaged. The control panel was covered in marks, as if damaged by something sharp.
What are you trying to pull?
Suichi, what are you doing? Hurry up.
Okay.
Sasori, I've got it. No time to think now. I aimed my swing at the control panel and brought it down as hard as I could. Yeah, something bad's gonna happen once we get in.
Oh my!
Prepare yourselves. the electric barrier turned off.
Everyone!
Let's go. We all ran to the shutter at once.
All right.
We won't let Kokichi do whatever he wants anymore.
Yeah.
We'd better be ready. Or you'd better be ready. This is it.
All right!
The remnants of despair end here and now. After opening the shutter, we burst into the hangar, electro hammers in hand. To end this. To end this killing game. To end this despair. What's up? What's up? Okay. Well, is that Kaido? We didn't even see a body. Is that Kaido? Oh, he got crushed. Oh, but is that Kaido? I don't know if that's Kaido.
What?
How can we be sure without seeing the body? I mean, if only we had a medical staff at hand, but you know what? Let's say that's Kaito for now. Ding dong, ding dong.
A body has been discovered! Everyone, please gather at the Exisol hangar!
Okay.
The killing game just keeps going and going! The despair's not over yet!
Okay. But how is it possible? Unless the warning was fake, because it's supposed to not crush a human, at least.
What is this? What's going on?
Chaos and madness. Confusion and turmoil. I couldn't stay calm. I couldn't keep it in. It was too much despair.
Yeah.
What? Is that blood?
It can't be.
The body discovery announcement. Does that mean someone's in that press?
What?
Who? The only one in the hangar was Kokichi and Kaito. So it must be one of them.
Huh?
What? But Kokichi or Kaito is dead? Oh, look!
Huh?
Those clothes! Yeah, that looks like Kaito. Unfortunately. Sad to see you go. They're Kaito's.
What did you say?
Then the one in that Hydrock presses. Oh man, Maki's about to kill someone right now. Oh gosh, Maki. No, it's not possible. Looks like you have a lot of twists and turns to sort out during the Clash trial. Kinda looking forward to it.
Scream!
That's what the killing game's all about after all.
Now then,
And so, I will now pass out the Monokuma file.
that's nice!
Don't say you're getting bored of this, because things are about to get interesting.
Now then,
Hope your poor heart and soul. Oh, I hope you pour your heart and soul into this investigation too.
What?
Hold on. We have to investigate? So the killing game is going to continue? The killing game will continue? If the killing game is continuing and Monokuma is still moving, then
That's right.
it means the mastermind Kokichi is still alive.
What was that?
If Kokichi is still alive, then that means the dead one over there is Kaito?
That's wrong.
No, that's not possible. There has to be some mistake. There's no way Kaito could die. It has to be a lie. I made her run for the body when... Hey, calm down. Maki's hand stopped me.
Huh?
Calm down? How can you say that, Maki? Kaito is... I've seen so much death already. Death of both good and bad people. It does not bother me anymore.
Wait!
Honestly, come on, that's a lie. You know she's trying to hide it in herself. As an ultimate detective, if you calm down, you could see that. It doesn't bother you? What are you talking about?
Shut up.
More importantly, where's Kaito? So she can kill him. As revenge, I guess.
Why?
That's right. I don't see him anywhere. He should be somewhere in this hangar.
Right?
He ran away! We need to catch him immediately. He's obviously the culprit. If he's the culprit, then where's the mystery? Just finding out how he did it is the mystery? I mean, maybe. Maybe.
Indeed.
Let's split up and look for him. Leave no stone unturned.
Why, you...
No matter how good at hide and seek he is, we can't let him get away with this.
No.
Wait. We can't leave yet.
Okay.
We don't know for certain if it's the dead body of Kaito. We haven't explored all the possibilities yet.
What?
If it's not Kaito, then who's dead in there? Are you saying it's Kokichi? Then why is the killing game still continuing?
Why?
And if Kaito is alive, why hasn't he shown himself yet? Are you saying he's hiding because he's the culprit?
Stop it.
Don't say such a stupid thing. Kaito being the culprit is even more impossible than him being dead.
That's impossible.
I don't think Kaito could have killed Kokichi in the first place. He was wounded, remember?
Actually,
And his opponent, the mastermind of the killing game, could control the Exels at will. How could Kaito have killed someone like that when he was sick and wounded?
No.
I don't know, I'm just saying it's possible. And even if it's Kokichi that was killed, that doesn't mean that Kaito is the culprit.
But how?
So does that mean the culprit is one of us?
stop it!
Wait, that's impossible!
Right.
No matter how shocking Kaito's death is, saying we're suspects is going too far. I understand what they mean. The initial evidence suggests Kaito is dead, but I just can't believe that, or perhaps I don't want to believe it. Honestly, I only see his clothing. How can I know if it's Kaito if I don't see a body? So the fact that the body isn't there could be an important clue that's left out. But maybe once we see the Monokuma file, that might be more noticeable. I can't believe Kaito is dead. Let's investigate. We need to find the truth here with our own hands and reveal the truth in the trial.
Don't tell me.
So you want to continue the killing game?
Because
A class trial will be held either way. We should investigate. I don't know if we'll find hope or despair, but we have to find the truth. It all starts there. Yup. I guess because Kaito told me to finish it. That's right, I have to do this. To keep my promise to Kaito.
I understand.
You're right. If the class trial is going to happen anyway, then we should investigate. But we already know the answer. But we can't die here. We decided to live for hope.
But
My main concern is how Kokichi will react. If we accuse him of being the culprit, if he just plays dumb and runs away, there will be nothing we can do.
But
No, I don't think so. Junko and Oshima cherished the killing game rules. So if the remnants of despair worshipped her, I don't think they'd ignore those. Very true. Then it'll be easy to deal with him. We just need to vote for him in the class trial. That's true! No, that's not easy. It's not easy. I understand the others, but why Maki? Why is she accepting Kaito's death so easily?
well then,
Let's review the Monokuma file. Is that okay with you, Suichi?
okay.
Yeah. Okay. And the fact that they have a question mark on the person dead can't be Kaito. Absolutely can't be Kaito. Which makes me think, like, okay, let's initial thoughts here. Was Kaito the one to kill potentially Kokichi here? Because if it's not Kaito, the other person has to be Kokichi. So if Kaito killed him, I could understand why maybe Maki was like, I'm a ride or die with my boy, so I'll protect him? Or something else. She could have killed Kokichi, and she might come out with the truth during the trial. I don't know. But it's interesting. The body was discovered in the exo hangar. The victim was crushed by the hydraulic press and is unidentifiable. Very true. Monokuma file. That's it? That doesn't tell us anything. The identity of the victim is unknown? It doesn't even tell us that much?
I don't care.
It doesn't matter. We already know who the victim and the culprit are.
It's decided.
The culprit who killed Kaito is definitely Kokichi. Yeah, but Maki's doing something here. So either she knows that Kaito is alive and is trying to protect him in some way, or she's the one who killed Kaito, but I'm more leaning towards the fact that she might be trying to protect Kaito. Cause I'm thinking, oh, what's that? I'm thinking that she genuinely cares about Kaito. It's been shown throughout the game.
No.
Wait, Maki, it's still too early to decide that. It's true that the evidence points to Kokichi being alive, but Kaito told me. I want to believe in the promise Kaito made. I want you to believe in that with me.
Stop it.
I refuse to investigate with you.
Huh?
What? Why?
You don't know?
You're not calm at the moment. Right now, you're acting like Kaito. Back in Gonta's class trial. It was like that at that time too, wasn't it? You can't fight despair with just belief. It's not that simple. What do you mean, fight despair with belief? Like, I feel like she's saying bullshit right now. I don't even know if she believes her words, but as a detective, if I can't identify the suspect, how can I be sure of the answer? That's basic investigating. It's basic. And you're acting like you already know the answer. Okay, whatever. I'm kind of mad, but whatever. Yeah, exactly. It's not that simple. Maki turned her back to me and left. Maki. Nah, that's suspicious though. That's suspicious. There's something about the air in here that's making me feel off. I don't know if the electro bomb is to blame or if I'm malfunctioning somehow. But I'm starting to feel somewhat sick.
What?
I don't feel weird at all.
Then
It's gotta be because of the electro bomb. Kibo's an electronic appliance after all. Don't call me an appliance.
okay.
I'm telling you, appliances should go rest outside. Really? I'm fine, but I suppose I'll go investigate outside for now. Okay, bye, Kibo. Who's gonna be my investigation partner then? Am I all by my lonesome? Maybe Himiko can be my partner. Kibo left the hangar swinging side to side a bit. Then I think I'll start investigating too. Oh, will you be okay by yourself? I could go with you if you want.
No.
No, you don't have to worry. I'll be fine by myself. If the body is like that, then we don't have to worry about anyone messing with it. So it should be fine for us all to investigate by ourselves. Himiko left in a hurry. I mean, I'm assuming she's just nervous, but that's also suspicious behavior. Where did you go? You just
Could it be?
I wonder if Himiko suspects...
Huh?
Suspects who? Everyone. Because if there's fewer of us, there's fewer people who could be the culprit, right? Of course, it's obviously Kokichi, but like you said, there could be another possibility. Maybe that's what she's thinking. I did suggest that possibility. The culprit might not be Kokichi or Kaito, but a third party. Anyone could be the culprit.
Seems like...
We were united towards hope before all this, but now we're split up.
Could it be?
Could it be that's why Kokichi killed Kaito?
Huh?
To disrupt our harmony? Because if not, then what reason would he have to kill Kaito? Maybe that's what this class trial is going to be for too. The reason Kokichi is going to hold this class trial might be to separate us. To separate us.
Like I thought.
In the end, we were all gathered around Kaito. He was the one keeping us together. If that's why he killed Kaito, then we're completely caught in his trap. This is all part of Kokichi's plan to separate us. This is exactly what he wanted. We're split up. I can't get anyone to cooperate with the investigation. And we don't have much information to go on. The Monokuma file has been some help, but it's not enough this time.
But...
No point standing around complaining. I just have to do it. Time to start. To solve this mystery and to find the truth behind it, I'm going to begin the investigation. Okay, cool. I'll start here. Alright, I'm going to inspect every single piece of evidence here. Honestly, excited. And considering the Monokuma file, I'm assuming the clue is... This is probably Kokichi. Which is fine. My dude was exciting, but you know what? It's near the end of the game. He can go at this point. And I won't be too upset. He was just an interesting character to have around. And he wasn't really showing himself for like the past chapter anyway, so who cares? There's a sleeve sticking out of the press. It's definitely Kaito's coat sleeve. In that case, the victim must be... I don't want to do it, but I have to raise the press to inspect the body. Okay. Let's raise it then. These controls move the hydraulic press. It can go up, down, and stop. I should be able to use the up button to raise the press and check the body. I don't want to see a crushed body, no matter who it is. But I have to do it.
Alright.
I have to do it. I made up my mind, took a breath, and pressed the button. Huh? It's not moving. I pressed the button a few more times, but the press still won't move.
Why?
Strange. It moved when I pressed it last time. After looking around the press, I found... The power cord is cut. I see. There's no power, so the hydraulic press won't move. This can't be a coincidence. The power cord was cut on purpose. This must be the work of the culprit. In that case, we won't be able to check the body. I'm honestly a little relieved, but I shouldn't say that out loud. I should take another look at the controls. There must be some clue here. In addition to the control buttons, there's an emergency stop button. The press would have been stopped instantly if you used this.
Well...
If the culprit was planning this murder, they'd have no use for it. What concerns me more is the safety function. That's right, this hydraulic press should have had a safety function. If the infrared sensor detected a living being, the press stops automatically. Well, it doesn't stop when Kibo tried before. If the sensor detected a person, the safety should have stopped the press automatically. Stopped automatically, huh? What's so weird about the automatically? Like, if it was still functional? If you cut power? Maybe it would still shut down on you? I'm not sure. I'm not really sure what the logic of the press is, but it's interesting. look at this blood on the floor. Someone got dragged. What is this? A blood stain? There's a faint trail of blood leading to the press. A slight pattern, as if dragged. It looks as if it's coming from the bathroom. This bloodstain suggests something was dragged from the bathroom to the press. Cool. There is an exo right in the middle of the hangar. The hatch is open as well. The cockpit is exposed. So this is how it looks on the inside, huh? It's small, but big enough for one person. Okay, cool. What's up?
Oh?
The hatch is open? How strange. Only the monocubs can turn off the electronic lock and open the hatch.
Huh?
Only the monocubs can open that hatch?
Yeah.
Normally, the monocubs are the only ones who can pilot the Exels.
Well,
Normally is being the keyword. But because of that electro hammer thingy, the electronic lock is all screwed up. Have you mentioned this to anyone else?
unbelievable.
Nope. No one's asked me about it either. And even if I had been asked, it would have been irrelevant information to you anyway. Is it though? An electronic lock on the hatch that only the monocubs can disable. Which must be why only the monocubs can control the Exels. But if you could disable the lock, you could control the Exels. And literally everybody had a hammer. And Maki especially had that bomb. And she didn't bring her hammer this morning in place for a gun. So she might have used up her hammer on that. I mean, Maki's looking a little too suspicious. Like, I don't even know if she's the culprit no more since she's so suspicious. But it's possible. The red Exel is completely still.
Hey, Shuichi.
It's dangerous there. If you go near that thing, you might get torn apart. No, it shouldn't move anymore. Not without the monocubs or Kokichi. So it's just a pile of scrap then?
Hey!
Jeez, don't scare me like that.
With my magic.
Maybe I should just tear this hunk of junk apart with my magic. But I suppose that if Kokichi was alive, he could move it at any time by remote. Well, why didn't you say so sooner? That's if Kokichi is alive. But that remote control Kokichi has for the Exosouls, what is it exactly? Does he have that because he's the mastermind? I don't know, man. I'm pretty sure Kokichi's dead. Like, rest in peace, bro. Wherever you are. Washing machine. This looks like a car wash. I imagine it's for cleaning the Exels. It doesn't look like it's been used in a while. I don't see any clues. Okay, cool. Am I done here? Can I go inside the bathroom? Actually? This is the bathroom. Now that I think about it. No, I am locked up in this bathroom, but Kokichi's just outside that door. Okay, cool. This is the place where Kaito was imprisoned. Kaito might have left some kind of clue here.
No.
No, he didn't leave anything. He might not be dead. Anyway, I should investigate inside. Honestly, it might be like a very cruel reality if Kaito is still alive. Like, how, why, and how did Kokichi end up dead instead of you? Because Maki sounding like someone who might take the fall for you if you're the one who killed someone. Ooh. Okay, let's look at everything. The crossbow. A crossbow. This is one of the crossbows from Maki's lab. Why is this here? Crossbow. Honestly, that clue was connected to strictly to Maki and Kaito. Like something's going on there. There are arrows on the floor of the bathroom. 3 in total, and blood on all of them. What is this? What happened here? 3 arrows. There's a small bottle in the corner of the bathroom. It's empty. Poison.
If I remember correctly...
I feel like I've seen this before. The label has blood all over it. I can't completely read it, but I can see the word poison.
Could it be...
And if it is poison, this bottle must be taken from my lab. I don't know who brought this here, but it definitely has something to do with the case. I mean, obviously, clue right there. Trace of blood. A blood stain. A puddle of blood in the center of the room. And a swipe pattern from there to the door. What could this mean? Obviously means something. Ah, this case. Ah, what's in that black case over there? As if backing away from the conversation, Kaito headed to the far shelf. What's in it? Is it some kind of weapon? This is the case from before, right? Large black case. What was in there? Did we find out? Or I just don't remember. A small window for ventilation. This is... It's a small window, and it doesn't open all the way. No one could be able to fit through here.
Well...
I suppose if someone could fit through, Kaito would have escaped by now. Perhaps it's too small for a person, but an object could fit through. Honestly, yeah, that's very true. Alright, I finished investigating the bathroom. There were more clues than I thought there'd be, and one is particularly concerning. Why is the crossbow from Maki's lab in here? And the 3 bloody arrows. Those arrows are definitely for the crossbow, but why are all 3 bloodied? And that bottle of poison, what could that have been used for? There's still so much I don't know. This case looks like it's going to be pretty tricky. Honestly, this case looks like it's actually super simple, but I'm expecting some type of twist that I haven't thought of yet. Can I leave? Maybe I should talk to everyone. The Monokuma this time barely has any information at all.
Jeez.
Okay. Useless? Okay, but you're coming back.
That's nice.
It's fine. It's fine. A mascot's appearance at a murder scene brings a sense of relief and peace of mind. He popped out.
Jeez.
What an attention hog. Of course I want attention. I'm the mascot, for crying out loud.
Hey,
And yet, I've appeared fewer times than that plain Jane Tatsumaki over there. It'd be false advertising if I didn't appear as often as I can, you know? Truly. Advertising? What's advertising?
No.
ignore it. Let's just focus on the investigation.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm curious. Did Monokuma break the fourth wall there? Or in game, is he actually advertising like a show of some sort? Nope, not this. Trying to talk to someone.
What?
What? I don't want to talk to you right now, okay? The way you are now, you might start accusing people because you can't believe Kaito's death.
No.
No, that's not it.
Cut it out.
I don't want to hear your excuses or anything else. Just don't talk to me. If you keep bugging me,
Great, huh?
I'll give you afro hair with my magic. She's awfully stubborn. Is she that suspicious of everything now? Or is there a reason she doesn't want to talk to anyone? Do she be knowing something right now? Really?
No.
So that only sleeve remains? What's this? The sleeve has a single small hole in it. Okay. A hole in the sleeve. What could this be? I suppose that's about all the information I can deduce from the hydraulic press. I can't check the body, so I don't have many clues to work with. I'll have to find more clues elsewhere. Thank you. There are still questions. The truth is still far out of reach. I still can't deduce who the victim is. I need more clues. I should investigate other areas. I should start with the area around the hangar. Okay, let's leave. Thank you for letting me out. I thought I already clicked on that piece of cloth, but it's okay. The alarm system is off. It must still be affected by the electro bomb.
All right.
I should investigate this place thoroughly. There must be some clue around here. Phew, I think I'm starting to feel a little better now. I'm sorry to worry you, Suichi.
Okay.
I was a bit worried. I'm glad you're feeling better. There was something I needed to ask Kibo.
Hey.
Hey, Kibo. Before we went into the hangar this morning, you said... So, I went to the hangar last night and tried to talk to him. You tried to talk to him? On your own? I'm sorry. I thought it'd be preferable for him to release Kaito peacefully. How did it go? It went about as well as you'd expect. But I did witness a few things. You said that you witnessed a few things. What exactly did you see? Yes. Since we were in a hurry, I only told you about the exosoul returning to the hangar.
Okay.
Yes, you said that the exos could pass through the alarm system and barrier to the hangar.
Yes.
I never imagined something like this would happen, so I didn't mention it before. But before I saw the exo, I saw someone heading towards the hangar.
Huh?
You saw someone? I saw Himiko.
I was in my lab trying to think of what I should write to convince Kokichi.
Okay.
That's when I saw her walking toward the hangar, clutching something in her hands.
Clutching something? Okay, that's the black case.
I think it was a black bag.
A black bag?
At the time, I assumed she was going there to examine things or plead with Kokichi. But since she came back later, I didn't think much of it.
But
after seeing her reaction this morning, I started to get a little suspicious. Well, what did you see?
Why?
She was acting like she had something to hide. It's not that I want to suspect her.
You're right.
True, it is suspicious.
Hey!
You said you saw her come back as well. So, was she holding the bag at that time?
Well,
No. Now that I think about it, she didn't. So she had it coming in, but not leaving. It has to be that black bag Himiko was carrying was... By the way, this is a little off topic, Suichi, but...
Huh?
Huh? What is it?
As I thought.
The reason I wasn't feeling well may have been due to the electro bomb.
But
it was because of the electromagnetic particles, not because I'm a robot. So what I experienced was akin to an allergic reaction, such as hay fever.
which means...
So it could have affected a human the same way. Being a robot has nothing to do with it.
Okay.
Ah, sorry. That must be it. So the thing Himiko said was bothering him. He really is a bit too sensitive. Look at this crushed thing. This is the control panel that controls the electric barrier protecting the hangar. We hit it with an electro hammer, so it isn't operational right now.
That's true.
That's right. What are these marks here? It looks as if it had been struck with something hard. What could these be? Wait. How were they even able to damage this in the first place? Getting near the control panel would cause the alarm to go off. You have to turn off the alarm before you even get close. So how did the person who did this get near the control panel? Good question. I don't know. Maybe they used their electro hammer, you know? I won't die if I come in here, right? Okay. What's up? The Excel isn't showing any signs of moving. If Kokichi is alive, he can use his remote control to move them as he pleases. But that remote control Kokichi has for the exosols, what is it exactly? Does he have that because he's the mastermind? I don't know. I'm assuming he's definitely not the mastermind. He's just working with Monokuma. The Exol isn't showing any signs of moving. Okay. It's just more nonsense. Cool. Ah! A hammer! There's an electro hammer here, but why? And it's out of power. It must have been used. But used for what?
Well, you know.
But be careful. The electro hammer runs out of battery pretty quickly. So if you use it against an Exol, it'll run out of juice with just one shot. Got it?
If I remember correctly.
Oh, okay. Now that I'm thinking about it, only the Exosols are able to go in without setting off the alarm. So they used one on the Exosol, which is probably Maki, and was able to go right on in. I don't know what Himiko was doing, but she somehow got the arrow into the bathroom. She's acting way too suspicious, like she's actually nervous, so it makes me think she's not the culprit because, I don't know, the nervous energy is palpable. If the electro hammer's power is suspended, it requires 24 hours to recharge. We know that for certain. Yeah, that's definitely Maki's. I remember the site I saw yesterday. Exol's protecting Monokuma for some reason. Kokichi said he was a mastermind. The Exol should have been around him. So why were they still protecting Monokuma? And 4 of them too. I suppose I was so caught up in thinking about Kokichi I ignored Monokuma. Pay attention! Listen up! Take heed, I say!
Ah!
Monokuma?
And another thing.
It's just, I noticed that you came this way last night, Suichi.
Huh?
Huh? You were acting all sneaky, weren't you? Like a teenage boy trying to creep into an adult movie section of the video store.
No way!
But you didn't need to sneak around, cuz the Exosouls wouldn't have attacked you.
Hey!
What are you saying? We didn't have to sneak.
Cuz.
Cause everyone's coming to rent adult movies, so in a way, everyone going there is the same.
Wait!
No, not that. I meant about the Exos not attacking us.
Yeah?
Oh, at the time, the Exosouls were in autopilot and directed to only observe me.
Hey,
Their movements are more limited now that the Monocubs aren't around to pilot them.
Huh?
Autopilot? You mean the remote control that Kokishi has?
Well...
Yeah, that's pretty much it. So the Exos were being controlled by Kokishi's remote control. But they were focused on Monokuma.
Hey!
Why are you telling me all of this? This puts the person controlling you at a disadvantage.
Hey,
But we're not talking about that. We're talking about this.
Yeah.
Even if it puts someone at a disadvantage, the class trial must always be fair. The person who shared that info with me didn't seem interested in sharing it with you guys.
Hey!
So you share it instead. That way it'll be fair to all the participants. So someone else besides me knows this. Why wouldn't they share this information?
Okay.
That's all I can tell you.
Yeah.
By the way, renting movies is so old school. It's more thrilling to illegally download them.
Psycho!
It's like trying not to get caught by a big game hunter while holding your breath during sex. Okay, interesting. This information about the Exos could be a clue to solving this case. I should remember this. Okay, where to now? This is the bathroom window. This is the hangar's only window, and it's not possible to fit through.
I knew it.
That means the only way to get into this hangar is through the shutter. Okay, that's cool. Like we didn't know that before. Let's go back. The hangar shutter. You have to use the alarm remote to disable it to get near the shutter. If you come near the shutter without the remote, a loud alarm would go off around the entire academy. We had to use an electro bomb to disable the sensor and the alarm. That's how we got into the hangar. It's not exactly a bomb though, even if it's called an electro bomb. It jams electronic signals by scattering particles that interfere with the electromagnetic waves. For 2 hours, any and all electronic devices within 50 yards will be completely disabled. It's perfect for any secret activities too, since it doesn't leave any debris behind. Interesting. This invention is extraordinary, but I only have 3 of them. So I need to use them carefully. You guys will have to settle for the electro hammers. Now that I think about it, there are 3 electro bombs total. One was stolen by Maki, but what of the other 2? Good question. That's about all I was concerned with in the hangar. But I still don't have enough clues. There have to be more. The other places that might yield some clues are Maki's lab and my lab, the crossbow in the bathroom, and the bottle of poison. I need to investigate those leads.
All right.
I should also inspect the 3 Exos that were protecting Monokuma. Why were they protecting him in the first place? That might be related to the case as well. I'm in. I feel as though there were less weapons here than I remember. Alright, everyone's here. I hope you're all ready. Are those weapons? So you went to my lab yesterday to find weapons to use against Monokuma. It's because Kaito had them. Some big mallets. I I feel as though there are less weapons here than I remember. Yeah. As I suspected, there are 2 black bags here, identical to the one in the hangar. There are cases for the crossbows. The crossbows are inside but dismantled.
No.
It looks as if they don't even fit in the case unless they're dismantled. But there are 2. When I was here with Kaido before, there were 3 of them. And I'm sure that Kaido didn't have a crossbow with him.
That's true.
In that case, the crossbow in the hangar must have come from here, which means someone must have brought it to the hangar from here. But it's fairly difficult to put together the crossbow. I don't believe you'd be able to do it unless Maki taught you.
No.
I'll think more about it later. For now, I need to investigate. Yeah, so either Maki taught Himiko, or it has to have been Kaido, because my boy Suichi definitely didn't do it, unless he did. Like the same twist we had at the beginning of the game is the same one we have at the end, which would be a twist. But I don't know if that's the twist. Look at all these guns. Even if they're all airsoft guns, it's a remarkable sight. That it. Yep, let's go. Don't be outside, Maki. I'm still a little scared. I never spend time in my own lab, even though it looks the best, okay? That bottle of poison in the hangar, I need to confirm that it came from here. I mean, probably, because where else do you get poison? There are several bottles of poison lined up here. I haven't seen any poison outside of this lab, so the small bottle of poison I found must have come from here. There's a little less liquid inside this bottle than the others. Strike 9 poison. The label says strike 9. Okay, yeah. This poison takes some time to spread, but even a small amount of it can be lethal. Although it requires time to circulate. Okay, cool. I can't imagine that there's a smaller amount in this bottle for no reason. This must be a clue. Yeah, they probably just transferred the poison to something else. Now, was it to deceive someone into taking poison? But the bottle has poison labeled on it, so I don't think it can be used to deceive anyone. There are a bunch of bottles on top of the desk. Did someone take them out? These bottles say antidote. Antidotes, huh? I didn't know these were here. According to the labels, each bottle is only 1 dose. And each one only works on a specific poison.
Well,
I suppose that does make sense. There are plenty of different kinds of poison, so that must be true for antidotes. Strike 9 poison and antidotes. This is disconcerting. None of these antidotes are for the strike 9 poison. They're all for different poisons. What could that mean?
alright.
Alright, I've investigated this room thoroughly. So either the person was rummaging for an antidote and just took the antidote with them and left these behind, or I don't know why else there would be antidotes, but I'm assuming they were looking for something. Interesting. Okay, whatever. I didn't find any evidence to suggest Kaito isn't dead. But do you have evidence to say that he is dead? I mean, all you have is his clothes. If we had some type of way to analyze like physical evidence like blood and all that, it would be easier, but all we have is the clothing. On contrary, there's plenty of evidence to suggest Kokichi isn't dead. Monokuma is still moving around, and the killing game hasn't ended. Unless Kokichi wasn't actually the mastermind, and they were just playing a cruel joke on everyone. And Kaito's clothes were in the hydraulic press, which means the victim must be... No, it's too soon to be thinking like that. If I investigate a little more, I'll find something. There's still time. I should head back to the hangar. Perhaps I missed something. I should check again. Why is that chair rocking? Like, there's no one there. It's haunted. Gosh. Is she still here? Okay, cool. Everyone's here.
Shuichi!
Can you come with me?
What happened?
Is something wrong? I found something strange in the bathroom. Please hurry. He shouted quickly and ran into the bathroom. What are you talking about, Kibo? Okay, let's go.
Hey!
Kibo, what are you looking at?
Yes.
Take a look at this.
Huh?
These are Kokichi's clothes. It's soaked in wrinkles, but there's no doubt these are Kokichi's.
But...
Where did you find this? I didn't see it when I was investigating the bathroom. And why are they soaked? Well, the bathroom seemed clogged, so I reached my hand down the drain and pulled out these clothes. It looks like they couldn't be flushed all the way. Could it be flushed all the way? Why were these clothes in the toilet in the first place?
Yeah.
Yes, it was very brave of me, and thanks to that I managed to find an important clue. Now, Suichi, please investigate as much as you want.
Okay.
Ah, yes. Thank you for being my new motivation, okay? Like, you helped me find a clue? Clogged the toilet, huh? But this isn't the time to hesitate. Okay, let's look at it. It's kind of gross, but Kokichi's clothes found in the bathroom. If they were found in the toilet, someone must have tried to flush them. But who would do that?
What's the matter?
Is something the matter? Please investigate.
Okay.
The ultimate detective can't stop here. This has to be an important clue.
Alright.
Alright. I made up my mind, grabbed Kokichi's soaked clothes, and spread them open. There's a small hole in the back. Okay. And another small hole in the sleeve. This is about the same size as the one in Kaito's sleeve. There are traces of blood around the hole too. Interesting, okay. What does this mean? What could mean? It could mean that he was attacked. In that case,
No.
there's a chance Kokichi was the one crushed in the hydraulic press.
Thank you.
Ah, Kibo, thank you. This is a very important clue.
Well,
I'm happy I was able to help, but I must decline shaking that hand of yours.
No.
Ah, your hands aren't clean either, though. Yeah, you're the one who really went in deep to get that. But if Kokichi was the one crushed by the hydraulic press, where did Kaito go? Why not show himself? And why is this game still going? Even though the mastermind is dead. If this is awkward, Suichi, I can leave and give you some privacy.
Huh?
You're concerned about that? Kibu and I washed our hands in the sink and left the bathroom. Let's talk to Himiko first because we heard some suspicious stuff.
What?
You and Kibo both look more refreshed now. Refreshing each other in the boys' bathroom? Even now, you can't help yourselves, huh? Okay.
That's true.
This is all Himiko's imagination, but I don't even want to touch that right now. What? We're not even gonna question her? as an ultimate detective, you gotta question our peoples. But okay, Maki, I guess. Let's hello? Maki, why is it so easy for you to believe Kaido is dead? Because she doesn't want to believe he killed someone? Is there anything else you want? She looks like she wants to talk. She looks like, yeah, I got something to say. Hey, it's almost time for the class trial to start, right? Was no one able to find Kokichi? I wonder. I haven't heard from anyone.
I see.
I wonder where he went off to. Did he disappear? He can't still be in the hangar. Or under there.
Could it be?
Suichi, do you think the one who died was Kokichi?
Huh?
Seems like
I mean, your face says you want to think that.
it's plain to see.
But I think that's just plain impossible. Kokichi's been manipulating us all from the start. I can't believe someone like that could be killed by Kaido.
Huh?
Of course, I don't mean to compliment Kokichi or make fun of Kaido or anything.
Okay.
I know, you're probably right. Sumiki has a good point. I still don't have enough clues to conclude that Kokichi died, but I'm certain that one of them must have. His clothes are gone. Bruh. Flush.
It's about that time.
Yeah?
That's right. It's time for the class trial, where hope and despair meet head-on.
Okay,
Please
cool.
proceed to the Shrine of Judgment in the courtyard and head to the trial grounds. Everyone needs to be there. Got it? Anyone who's absent will be swiftly and permanently punished. I wonder what kind of despair awaits you this time.
Everyone needs to be there. That means Kokichi or Kaito, whoever is alive, will be there.
Then,
At the trial, we'll know who the victim is. Unless no one shows up. Here we go. Basically the final trial.
Huh?
This isn't everyone, right? Kaito and Kokichi aren't here.
What's the point?
I bet Kokichi is already there.
You bastard.
As the mastermind of the killing game, he's waiting for us to arrive.
no.
We don't know that yet. There's still a chance Kaito is alive.
Do you want to die?
Maki,
Well,
if you show any weakness like you are, then I know I'll lose to despair. Lose to despair.
you don't know?
6 of us will participate and 1 of us will die after this class trial. Then only 5 of us will be left. Only 5. That's right, we're the only ones left.
That's obvious.
But we can't lose to despair. Even if we have no future, we need to win. That's the whole point of this class trial. I will defeat Kokichi no matter what I have to sacrifice. No matter what she has to sacrifice. Like she's willing to sacrifice all of us in order to have Kokichi dead. Are you sure about that, Maki? Is that what you call hope? I know we can't lose to despair, but something is wrong. Something doesn't feel right. I wonder what Kaido would say at a time like this. I wonder, what would he say to us if it was Kaido? I mean, let's just continue. Rumble, rumble. We didn't say a word to one another. Yeah, what's the point now? Silent as a tomb, we stepped into those open doors. We lost the will to live, knowing what we know about the outside world. But somehow, despite that despair, we had found a new reason to live. To win the battle between hope and despair. But now, what do we know? We don't know what hope means to us anymore. What is hope? A burden you bear? As those thoughts pierced my mind, I suddenly stopped. I can't think about things like that anymore. The only thing I need to think about is survival.
That's nice.
Ah, a battle like this takes me back. After all, hope and despair are natural enemies. Yes, this is truly a magnificent theme. Only esteemed works of fiction have themes as magnificent as this.
Why?
Anyways, where's Kokichi? Why isn't he here? Maki was right. The person who should be here isn't. I'll tell you once the trial starts. Well, what's going on? What are you scheming now?
No,
It doesn't matter what Kokichi is scheming.
we must do it.
This is the final battle between hope and despair. It all ends here. Kokichi can twist and violate the rules all he likes, but we'll never give up. Hope will never submit to despair.
Unbelievable.
Oh, for the love of, no rule has been violated. Not on my watch, you know?
Shut up.
Whatever, hurry up and start. We'll end it with this class trial. We'll defeat the remnants of despair no matter what. So get ready.
Okay.
Yeah, I got it. Now, let's get started. Mix equal parts life and death. Add a dash of lies and truth. Bake it in fires of conflict. And when it's golden brown and bubbly, you have yourself a truly decadent class trial. And once more, we face the class trial. Was the one who died Kaito or Kokichi? I can't say for certain, but I still believe Kaito wouldn't die so easily. I don't know why I believe so strongly. But I will fight to prove it. I mean, sure. I will fight for everyone. To grasp the hope on the other side of this truth. I will fight. I will fight in this trial of truths and lies. Okay. We are about ready to start this. I mean, what are the predictions? We obviously know that Maki had a hand in this trial. Whether she killed someone or is trying to cover for Kaito, only time will tell. I don't have enough information placed in my head to really work that out. Himiko was doing something weird. So, who knows? Maybe more than just those two are working together. I'm not sure. Let's begin. This is gonna take 2 hours, 2.5. These trials are long.
Now then, let's begin with a basic explanation of the class trial.
We all know
During
the
the trial,
explanation.
you'll present your arguments for who the culprit is and vote for who done it. Vote correctly, and only the blackened will be punished. But if you pick the wrong person, I'll punish everyone besides the blackened, and that person will graduate.
Graduation is meaningless here. We already know that.
Yeah.
We don't need your rules anymore. We'll find our own reasons to live. And we'll do whatever it takes to survive.
Wow! An actual talking robot! I've never seen one of those before.
Yes, you have. You've seen it. You've seen him for the entire game. And also, the second game, What about my bet? Like, no, not as good as Gonta, but unfortunately, I don't remember the name. But you know, big muscly guy who was a personal trainer type person. Oh no, manager. He was a manager.
Seriously?
What happened to Kokichi? Why isn't he here?
Wow, you scary girl.
Aw, don't make that face, killer. This case has some unique circumstances.
Yeah, I'm sure there are.
Unique circumstances?
Because for this murder, the victim's identity is completely unknown. Given these circumstances, I decided to start off this class trial while the victim is still anonymous.
Honestly, if they're not able to participate, that's actually kind of cool.
After all, it'd be a shame if I let such a rare opportunity go to waste.
Is that possible? I thought everyone had to participate in the class trial.
Don't worry, the person who's still alive is waiting behind the scenes for their cue. It's all part of the overall production. Anyway, let's get this trial moving!
I guess we have no choice but to start the trial under these conditions.
What's there to even talk about? The Blackened is the mastermind, Kokichi.
Nah, I doubt it.
Yeah, that's the only thing I can think of too.
Too
It's
easy.
too soon to decide anything for certain. We don't even know if Kaito was the victim.
How long are you going to say that? The victim is Kaito. End of discussion.
I'm sorry. Discussion brought back up again. You don't cut me off. I'm
We
sorry.
need to be absolutely sure. If we don't positively identify the victim, the other person will never show themselves, right?
Exactly.
Before we can identify a suspect, we need to determine who the victim is.
Why are we even talking about something so obvious? What a pain.
Man, I thought you were all motivational. Now you're just everything's a pain now? No, it's not a pain. Everyone thinks that Kaito is the victim, but I have my doubts. There's a chance Kaito is still alive. If we keep discussing the case, I'm sure we will see the truth. Okay, let me get used to the controls because I always forget, I feel. Like, okay, let's just
The
listen.
victim has to be Kaito. Kaito was taken prisoner by Kokichi,
Uh-huh.
so he could have killed him whenever he wanted. And the hydraulic press had his clothes inside.
Okay, that's not a
Kokichi
lie.
can't be the victim because there's no evidence for it. So the victim must be Kaito.
Okay, there is evidence for
and
it
the
though.
culprit must be Kokichi.
Kokichi's clothes. Yeah.
We lost a really good guy today.
Yeah.
Kazing! If only mages could cast revive spells.
There's no evidence that allows us to confirm the victim or the survivor. It's too early to declare who the victim is.
The victim has to be Kaito.
Okay. Nope, sorry.
Kaito was taken prisoner by Kokichi,
Oh, no,
so
that's
he
not
could
what I
have
want.
killed him
I'm
whenever
sorry.
he wanted.
Okay.
And the hydraulic press had his clothes inside.
Kokichi can't be the victim because there's no evidence.
That's wrong!
Yeah, that's wrong, Maki.
I have evidence that points to Kokichi being the victim. I found this in the hangar.
Is that Kokichi's coat?
Yes, and look here. There are bloodstains on the sleeve. That would indicate that Kokichi suffered an external injury, correct?
Yes.
Kokichi was injured.
The fact that these were flushed down the toilet implies that they are evidence of a crime.
What about it? Kaito's clothes were in the hydraulic press.
Okay, so what? How do you
As
know?
long as we have that evidence, there's no doubt that Kaito was the one murdered.
But did you see the body?
Yeah, that's right. It's one of those irrefutable evidence thingies.
But is it? Ever since she found the body in the hangar, Maki's insisted that it's Kaito's. But why is that? I thought we had an understanding. I thought she'd want to believe Kaido was still alive. Either way, it seems Maki's hung up on Kaido's clothes. In that case, I need to demonstrate a flaw in relying on that evidence. If I do that, I think she'll realize there's a chance that Kaido is alive.
Actually, there's something bothering me about the clothes found in the hydraulic press.
What about them?
There's something peculiar about those clothes. Okay, let's look at the sleeve. I don't know.
That's it!
Okay. What do you
Why
say?
was only the sleeve sticking out of the hydraulic press? If Kaido had been crushed by the press, the sleeve shouldn't have been empty. There
Yeah.
should have been an arm inside the sleeve as well. So the fact that we found an empty sleeve should...
Should I kill that logic?
Yeah. It's gonna be like he usually doesn't wear it like that.
You're dumber than I thought if I have to go out of my way to explain it to you.
Explain it to me.
If you can't even see that, then be quiet. Otherwise, you're just annoying me.
Okay? Speak your piece. Speak your piece, Maki. What you got? I'll have to ruin it, though. Okay.
The coat sleeve sticking out of the hydraulic press. It's rather telling.
Okay.
It couldn't have been anyone else. But Kaito. If you can't see that, then you weren't looking hard enough.
I wasn't looking hard enough. What do you mean?
He always dressed himself in a rather odd manner. He never put his arms through his coat sleeves.
Okay.
So when the hydraulic press crushed him, all that stuck out was his coat sleeve. If you understand to be quiet already. Otherwise, you're getting in the way.
Maki's claim appears solid, but I know that's not it. She's wrong. We can't conclude Kaido is dead on that evidence.
He always dressed himself in a rather odd manner. He never put his arms through his coat sleeves. So when the hydraulic press crushed him, all that
Can I? Okay, I need to look at this. Yeah, no, he was wearing it. Because why would there be a blood stain on the sleeve if his arm wasn't there to produce the blood when it was shot through? Okay, I got this.
Scout was his coat sleeve.
Okay, I'm gonna have to do
You
this again.
understand to be quiet
It's okay,
already.
it's whatever.
Otherwise, you're getting in the way.
It's okay. It's okay.
He never put his arms through his coat sleeve.
Okay, cool.
I'll cut through your words! Yes, it's true. Kaido never put his arm through his sleeve. But that was just his right arm. He wore his left sleeve normally. And the left sleeve was the one we found outside the press.
Okay, that's true too.
Knowing how Kaito wore his coat, that's oddly strange, isn't it?
Then maybe neither of his arms were through the sleeves.
Huh?
It's a possibility. In the end, your reasoning is full of holes.
Well, if there's a possibility, can you still claim that he's absolutely the one that was crushed under there?
Stop getting in my way. I have to defeat Kokichi.
Maki, what's really going on? Seems you've made up your mind that Kaido is definitely dead. But why would you do that?
It's like Maki said, though. Kaito's gotta be the victim. Because if Kokichi, the mastermind, was dead, the killing game would be over.
Yeah, that's true.
Monokuma, hurry up and bring Kokichi here. We already know who the victim is.
Huh? Already? You sure it's not too soon?
We need the suspect present, now that he's the subject of our discussion.
Gotcha. I guess I'll bring him out now.
Okay, let's see who comes out.
Mr. Suspect! That's your cue!
Imagine if Kaido just comes out. Or will they just bring a body here? Okay, so they're gonna bring him as an exo? So we can't see who's in there. That'd be kind of cool. What's up?
exisal?
Oh, but he's right behind Kaito's image.
What? Why is an exisal here?
Haha. Whoops. My bad. Seems like I gave you guys a scare, huh?
What is this?
Is that Kaito's voice?
Kaito?
There was a lot going on, so I just hid in an exisal and kind of dozed off. And that's why I'm so late. Anyway, what's going on, guys?
Oh, hold on. Then the one that died wasn't Kaito.
Stupid! That was just a lie!
Okay. Oh, I'm assuming we're just gonna go back and forth for the voices. Like, no. Until you can actually prove to us that the victim is who the actual victim is, no one's coming out for sure. Or does he come out right now? No.
You guys thought I died?
No.
I would never. No way.
Kokichi?
I'm gonna live till I die.
Okay.
I'm gonna laugh instead of cry.
Wow, that's old. How old are you?
I thought as much. Your appearance right now is fit for a lowly asshole like you.
You're making me blush.
But we don't
You're
see
getting
anyone.
so angry over me.
Is that really you, Kokichi?
That's right, Crackerjack.
Seriously, how old are you?
No.
Then why are you hiding in there? Show yourself.
Oh, this is more for self-defense. Little Miss Cranky Pants would kill me if I showed myself. I understand how you guys must feel. You can't believe it because I'm like this, right? That's what I thought. In that case, I brought evidence.
Okay, tell us the evidence.
Ta-da! The video camera. It was in the warehouse, but I brought it to the hangar just in case. Man, that was a smart move. Thanks to this, I filmed it so everyone could see it clearly. The moment the victim died.
What did you say?
Alrighty then. Let's watch this shocking moment. Hey, Monokuma. Can you connect the video camera to the monitor?
Roger that!
But okay, cool. Oh, sorry, and played the tape for us. I guess I wasn't reading. Okay. Interesting. So that's like, so Kaito died?
Huh? Kaito?
This is terrible. Why would something like this?
I saw it through my fingers. The moment Kaito was crushed.
I don't know, guys. This is looking a little weird, but okay.
By the way, I'd like to add that this footage has not been doctored in any way.
Okay.
This video camera only has the basic functions. Just the play, record, and pause buttons, so you can't edit after filming it. And of course, I didn't upload it to a computer to edit it either. Right, Monokuma? Oh, you can talk. Your answer is necessary for a fair discussion.
I see. If it's necessary for a fair discussion, then I will answer. No trace of that footage was found on any of the computers inside the Academy.
See? If it wasn't connected to any computer, then editing the footage would be impossible. Which means this footage is 100% real.
If that's the case, then it would seem our suspicions can be lifted.
I see.
The body we found inside the hangar, crushed in the hydraulic press, is definitely Kaito.
But isn't it weird that he was definitely shot in the arm? But why would you leave it out in the open like that? Like, it didn't matter if you knew it was Kaito's clothes or not? I mean, sure, I guess. But that seems so purposeful if that's what happened. Because he's obviously shot in the arm there. So it's like, why leave his clothes like that on purpose? Kind of weird, but okay. Was that really him?
Poor Kaito. I can't believe he died such a horrible death. I can't believe he died with his guts and his brains splattered all over that machine.
Honestly, everybody's looking a little suspicious. Actually, not everybody, I'm lying. Himiko is looking a little suspicious.
Stop it! Now I'm starting to not feel well.
That's probably because I used my magic to transfer all my barf over to you.
That's nasty. Why?
I know that's a joke, but the thought of it...
Why? Why was Kaido killed? Kokichi had no reason to kill Kaido. He had just told us all that he was the mastermind, that the killing game was over. So what would he gain by killing Kaido?
It looks like you finally believe that I'm the one in this exasol.
Yes. With that, we can definitively say that the culprit is... you.
Huh? Why?
You filmed the moment the victim died, which means you were present at the scene. As the person who filmed this footage, you're the only one who could be the culprit.
But if the culprit shot the video, why would they go out of their way to show it?
Oh man, you got me! Yeah, I'm the culprit.
What?
Jeez, I totally dug my own grave.
Guys, if anybody's falling for this, they're not using their brain. Like, Kokichi, especially if Kokichi's telling you, it's a lie.
Here's the truth. I decided to participate in this trial in an exasol after I killed Kaito. Of course, it was mostly to make the victim unknown, to jazz up this trial.
And then literally end the surprise and excitement like a second later?
I
Okay,
took
cool.
that footage for proof, so I could reveal it after you guys get the correct answer. But I totally spaced out. I wasn't supposed to show it right away.
So does that mean you admit to the crime?
We're all gonna die. That's all I can say. We are all gonna die.
Man, I dug my own grave again? Well, I don't think you guys will believe any of the excuses I make now. So, I give up.
You're giving up? Does that mean it's been decided?
Is it okay that this trial was so short?
That's fine. We knew from the very start that Kokichi was the killer. But before we vote, I want to say something to Kokichi.
Okay, say it.
You may be the mastermind, but I won't let you escape after you violated the rules.
No.
That would desecrate the killing game Junko Enoshima created, right?
Mm-hmm.
Your beloved Junko Enoshima.
Junko?
Whatever. It's voting time now. Let's go before Kokichi changes his...
No, hold on a second. This isn't right. The culprit comes in, confesses to the crime, and the trial ends? That's not how this goes.
That is not how it goes.
That
Tell him,
doesn't sound like
Suichi.
the kind of game Kokichi or Monokuma or Junko would play.
What if the mastermind got tired of it? The remnants of despair were like that.
No, if they were tired of it, they wouldn't have put all that effort into the video. There would have been no need for this class trial in the first place. Something's not right. We need to get a better feel for the situation. I think Kokichi has some sort of plan. He's trying to trap us.
Trap us? Are you saying Kokichi isn't the culprit? Then, are you suggesting one of us is the culprit?
Is someone's the culprit? What?
If it's not Kokichi, then the culprit must be one of us.
I mean, not necessarily, but yeah, maybe.
Yes.
That's not possible.
It's always possible.
No, I didn't say that. I was just saying it's dangerous to trust Kokichi.
Shuichi is so distrusting. But it's exactly like Shuichi said. I'm actually not the culprit.
Seriously?
What? But that contradicts what you said previously.
Guys, let's ignore him. Ignore that robot, okay? Continue the discussion without him.
Sorry,
Without him.
I lied again. The real culprit of this case is super bad at hiding themselves, so I thought I could help. I pretended to be the culprit by using the footage. It made the game more interesting, too.
Are you serious?
What's the truth and what's a lie? I don't know anymore.
It's fine, because Kokichi is the culprit. He killed Kaito. No matter how much he deceives us, it won't change our minds.
Unless it's not the truth.
The footage shows he did it. Kokichi has to be the only option.
No. The only option? Is that really true? Are we going to leave it at that? No, we're not. Suichi, tell these people what's up. Tell them. The bloodstain in the bathroom.
There's no doubt that Kokichi is the culprit.
Okay, we listen first.
We all saw that footage from earlier, right?
Kaito got crushed to death.
Okay. Maybe.
What a horrible video.
Whoever committed that crime
Okay, wait, that's it. He got
was
crushed
with
to death.
Kaito in the hangar.
Okay.
Which just leaves Kokichi then.
Then the culprit is...
Kokichi Oma, the mastermind of this entire game. And Kaito's killer.
Okay, cool. Maki's kind of strange, but Kokichi killed Kaito with the hydraulic press. That's the consensus right now. But is that even possible? No, it's
There's
not
no
possible.
doubt that Kokichi is the culprit. We all saw that footage from earlier, right?
Kaito got crushed to death.
Okay, thank you.
That's wrong.
Good thing I upped my focus.
The safety function would make it impossible to kill Kaito with the press.
A safety function.
Yes, it was written on the safety precautions. The hydraulic press will automatically stop if its infrared sensor detects a living organism.
So the hydraulic press won't move at all if there's a living person under it?
Yeah.
Which is why it couldn't have been used to kill Kaito.
Which means it's more likely that Kaito was crushed after being killed by some other means.
So what we saw in that video, he was already dead by then?
So that's not a video of someone being
But
killed.
you could disable the infrared sensor of the safety function with an electro bomb.
Okay. You had one too. I mean,
No.
I don't know about that.
I don't think
She used
Kokichi
it.
would use an electro bomb for that purpose.
Yeah, why would he?
It would have taken down the hangar's alarm system and Exosol's remote control.
True.
It would have put Kokichi at a significant disadvantage.
But you can't be too sure I wouldn't do that. I'm the type who would do anything for fun.
Also, we don't have any evidence of a different murder method other than the hydraulic
Yes, we do. What?
No, we do. I have a plausible theory for the murder.
What?
Yes, there is a clue that suggests the victim was killed before being crushed. I found it somewhere around the hydraulic press. What? Somewhere around the hydraulic press? How am I?
This is it! There was a swipe pattern bloodstain in the hangar, suggesting a body was dragged. The bloodstain goes from the bathroom all the way to the press.
Oh, that was the restroom where Kaito was being held, wasn't it?
Bloodstains were also found inside the bathroom. That can't be coincidence.
So Kaito was killed in the restroom, then dragged to the press and crushed?
If the bloodstain even was Kaito's.
What?
We only guessed that Kaito was killed in the bathroom.
Honestly, I don't even know why Maki is like questioning this, because the conversation we're having so far is still the idea that Kaito was killed. Like, why even bother? But okay.
Since his body was crushed, we'll never know if Kaito died some other way.
But we saw... Okay, it doesn't matter. Whatever. We might not be able to examine the body, but we do have evidence that suggests a cause of death. Look at that arm right there.
There! The small hole on the sleeve of Kaito's coat is the key to his cause of death.
I mean, we're still talking like he's dead, but okay, cool.
That's a small hole? No. There is no way that hole's got anything to do with the weapon.
Trying to expose yourself, Himiko.
Hit you with my everything you buy will go on sale the next day curse.
Himiko, what's wrong? Why are you freaking out all of a sudden?
Because she brought the disassembled shooter thingy. I don't know how to call it.
I'm not freaking out. I'm just saying it's impossible for the weapon to be that small.
No, it's not impossible. I can show you. The weapon that left that small hole in Kaito's sleeve is the crossbow.
This is it! I believe the weapon was the crossbow found in the bathroom.
A crossbow arrow would certainly leave a hole that small. Can we then conclude that Kaito was shot with that crossbow?
I mean, he was definitely shot in the arm.
If so, that crossbow just might be the actual murder weapon used to kill Kaito.
I see. It's so surprising that a crossbow is the murder weapon.
Seriously, Himiko, what's wrong?
Yeah.
She probably needs to pee. Anyway, about Kaito getting shot. If that was his cause of death, then I wonder who shot him with the crossbow. Well, I already know, but I won't tell you.
He's just playing with us.
Yeah, ignore him. Just ignore him.
Let's show him that playtime is over. Let's show him that the students of Hope's Peak Academy will never submit to despair.
Hope? Despair?
Yeah. What about it?
I wonder
Okay.
who shot Kaito with the crossbow.
Okay.
What a mystery, right, guys?
Who else but you could have done it?
The shot would need to be fired from inside the hangar to hit Kaito.
Okay.
We couldn't go in the hangar. The alarm system and electric barrier were in the way.
If
Okay.
we couldn't go in the hangar, and Kokichi had been in there, then he must be the one.
I see, so I'm the culprit.
I'm not sure. I'm thinking yeah, then I'm thinking that it's the bathroom window then is what I'm going for. Kaito would have been in there, but the murder weapon was a crossbow. Knowing that, we should be able to visualize the murder.
I wonder who shot Kaito with the crossbow. What a mystery, right, guys?
Who else but you could have done it?
The shot would need to be fired from inside the hangar.
Maybe that one. Okay, cool.
That's wrong!
Tell us, Suichi, because I don't know what you're gonna say right now.
Even without going in the hangar, it was possible to land a shot with a crossbow. There was a window in the bathroom of the hangar. Maybe it wasn't possible to get in, but you could have shot through the window. And remember that Kaito was confined to the bathroom.
So if they shot Kaito through the window, they could have killed him in the hangar. Which means the murder suspect list grows to 6 people, including me!
What did you say?
But put plainly, that means
It seems Shuichi wants to make one of us the culprit. Is that it? Is that what a detective does?
Yes, it is. It means that I search for the culprit. Not that I should necessarily care who the culprit is. I just find the culprit. That's it. That's my job.
Huh?
That's my job.
Do detectives always accuse people, even when they're friends?
Yeah.
It seems like it. You suspected Kaito in the previous class trial, too.
Okay, so what?
You're always suspicious of your friends.
So what?
what's wrong, Maki? You seem like you're kind of on edge.
Of course I am.
Okay, tell us.
When we said we would defeat the remnants of despair, someone got in our way.
No, you don't understand. I'm not trying to...
It doesn't matter how much you get in my way. I will absolutely defeat Kokichi. I won't let despair escape. I won't let it win.
I think it's already set in.
Now. Let's stop this boring fight and continue on with the not-so-boring trial.
Yeah, that despair has totally set in for Maki. So let's not even kid ourselves.
So we all agree that the murder could be done by anyone and not just me, right?
That might be true, but I didn't know about the window.
Neither did I.
Really, Himiko? What's the matter? You've been weird since we mentioned small holes.
What? Are you after my small hole too?
Bruh, stop it. No one's after that.
See? Now that's definitely weird.
Look at it this way. Just because the culprit could be anyone, not everyone is a suspect. We can pretty much narrow it down to anyone who knew about the crossbow.
I never knew about any crossbows. In other words, I'm not suspicious. There's no way you can consider me.
It does concern me that Himiko went to the hangar last night.
Whoa, really? You went to the hangar, Himiko?
Yes, she did. I definitely saw her.
You were watching me?
It's awfully suspicious that you went to the hangar last night. Okay, then the culprit is Himiko.
Nah, it's too early.
Wait! Don't say it's me! Maki's more suspicious than I am.
What?
That crossbow came from your research lab, right? You could have gotten that crossbow whenever you wanted.
Anyone could have gone to her research lab, though. She's not the only suspect.
I don't know about that. She's definitely the most suspicious. Even if you make that scary face at me, I'm not gonna get scared.
Because if you start panicking, then we'll know that you're the culprit.
I said I'm not the culprit! I swear!
Yeah, I don't think she's a culprit, but...
Kokichi's the suspicious one! Maki too! They're both the culprits!
Why am I a suspect? Anyone could have entered my research lab.
Honestly, she is a suspect, though.
Yeah, I'll admit that I'm suspicious. Okay, maybe I am the culprit. Maybe I'm the
I'm
culprit!
the culprit!
Okay, tell us. I'm gonna listen to Maki first. Maki first. Okay.
I'm the number one suspect, because I was in the hangar.
If
I was
you
only
were the crime
practicing
scene,
my magic.
did not come from you.
Okay.
There's a good
I know we
magic
could
source
have gotten it
around
from
there.
her research lab.
So I went
Then
there
who
and
I'm
actually
the number one suspect.
Kokichi did it.
I'm the one who shot Kaito.
I don't believe that. We should look at the inconsistencies in her testimony. There's a lie there somewhere.
Why am
I'm
I
the
being
number
treated
one
like a
suspect,
culprit?
because I was in the hangar.
If
I was
you
only
are the
practicing
culprit,
my magic.
Okay.
What do you
Did
mean
not
we're
come from
punishing
the
your
crossbow.
magic?
There's a good
I know we
magic
could
source
have gotten it
around
from
there.
her research lab.
So I went
Then
there
who
empty-handed.
actually
number one
Okay,
suspect.
so she didn't go there
I'm the one who shot
empty-handed.
Kaito.
Kibo's account. Oh, wait. Wait, I can't do it. Oh, wait. She didn't bring anything back.
I'm the number one suspect, because I was in the hangar.
So I went
Then
there
who
empty-handed.
I'm the number one suspect.
Okay, thank
I
you.
heard it.
Finally.
You said that you went to the hangar empty-handed. But that's a lie, isn't it?
What are you talking about? It's not a lie.
But Kibo saw you. He said you were headed toward the hangar carrying a large black bag.
yes, Himiko was definitely carrying a large black bag.
No! That was probably Tsumugi cosplaying as me.
We already went over that evidence in like the first trial, so think again.
You know I can't cosplay as someone unless they're a fictional character.
Himiko, this is the bag you were carrying, isn't it?
That's the crossbow case.
There's no mistake. That is the bag I saw Himiko carrying.
What? Hold on. Himiko went to the hangar with a crossbow?
No, she's not the culprit. Don't worry, don't worry.
Uh-oh. Well, it's decided then.
Wait! That's wrong! I just brought it there. I didn't shoot it! It's the truth! Please believe me!
I believe you.
You're right. I believe you. Himiko is totally telling the truth.
Yeah, she is.
Not you! If you believe me, it makes me look like I'm lying!
That is true. But can we really trust Himiko here? She was acting very suspiciously. Nah. I mean, I trust her because it's not easy, but you know what? Suishi's doing the right thing. You gotta suspect her. For now.
The culprit!
Why not?
Yeah, I totally agree.
I only carried the case.
Okay, I can't deny
Yep,
that.
yep, that's true too.
And I didn't even use the crossbow!
Another true statement.
And that's all! I didn't do anything else in the hangar!
100% exactamundo.
Why does this all sound so fishy?
Okay.
Ah! Cause Kokichi won't shut up! Get out of my head, Kokichi!
To hit Kaito with the crossbow, you'd have to be fairly good with it. Could Himiko have done this? That's the question. No, I don't think so.
Not the culprit!
Yeah, I totally agree.
Okay,
I
yeah.
only carried the case.
Okay.
Yep, that's true too.
And I didn't even use the crossbow!
Maybe.
I agree.
Okay, cool.
I don't think Himiko used the crossbow. More accurately, she couldn't use it.
Couldn't use it? Why not?
The crossbow inside this case was disassembled. Kaito and I learned how to assemble the crossbow from Maki, so we could have done it. But I don't believe someone without the proper training could have assembled it.
Well, what if Maki taught Himiko how to assemble the crossbow?
She didn't teach me that! Right, Maki? What's wrong? Are you mad about before?
Of course she'd be mad about
Sorry.
before.
I thought they were gonna suspect me, so I lied.
I really have to question your morals if you're blaming Maki for your lie, Himiko.
I don't think you're allowed to say something like that.
I'm sorry, Maki. Please, can you tell them the truth?
Fine. I'm not going to lie. I didn't teach Himiko how to assemble the crossbow. She couldn't have used it.
See? I told you! It's just like I said.
Okay.
Everyone who suspected me needs to apologize right now!
Nah, I'm not gonna do
You
that.
changed back so fast. I think I might have whiplash now.
But Himiko's kind of cute, you know? Like a little puppy. No, she's like a cat. Okay.
Then, why did you bring the crossbow to the hangar, Himiko?
Yeah, tell us.
I was asked to.
By who? Asked to? Perhaps the person who asked was...
That's it!
Kaito.
Was it Kaito?
Huh? Kaito?
I mean, he's the one who was interested in the crossbow.
Only Kaito or Kokichi would have asked for a crossbow to be brought to the hangar. Because Kaito knows how to assemble the crossbow, he certainly could have used it. Knowing that, I can't imagine that anyone else would have asked Himiko.
I do not think she would bring it at Kokichi's request.
Of course not. Why would I ever listen to Kokichi?
Cause I know you like me.
Nuh-uh! I hate you!
But I like you.
Okay. Confession. Even though I don't like you, sometimes it's good to feel like you're wanted. I get it. I got it. Here we go.
Don't play with Himiko's heart.
To think that Kaito asked Himiko to do that. Maybe Kaito is trying to keep the promise we made yesterday.
But why were you keeping that a secret, Himiko?
Well, Kaito sorta asked me to keep it a secret. Then Kaito died and I got scared. I thought it was gonna be next.
You're the worst for trying to pin the blame on Maki just for that reason. Maki, teach this dumb monkey the true terror of human beings.
Okay.
Don't bully the person you like.
He was lying, sweetheart.
This is way
Oh
beyond
gosh.
bullying a grade school crush.
Himiko, when exactly did Kaito ask you to do this?
I think it was around evening yesterday. I was so nervous about fighting Kokichi, I couldn't get to sleep. So I took a walk near the hangar, and that's when Kaito called out to me. I got startled and wet myself. a
Okay,
little.
you didn't
And
need
then
to
he
tell
asked
us
me
that.
To get him a crossbow.
That one part was, you know what? Never mind. So if Kaito asked for a crossbow, does that mean he was going to kill Kokichi?
I mean, he might have been willing to fight. I mean,
No, he said it was to disable Kokichi. I wouldn't have helped him otherwise. I trusted Kaito and took a crossbow from Maki's lab.
That's when I witnessed Himiko.
But then, what did Kaito do after he had the crossbow?
I don't know. I just handed him the crossbow, then went right back to the dorms.
Presumably, Kaito tried to attack Kokichi, only to be disarmed of the crossbow. And then, Kokichi returned fire and shot Kaito. That sequence of events seems logical.
I guess.
No, it happened a little differently. Both Kaito and Kokichi shot the crossbow.
There's proof of that. Yes, they were both shot. Oh, you mean the clothes? I'm assuming it's the clothes.
This is it! Remember that when we found Kokichi's clothes, there were holes in the back and sleeve. The same kind of hole that was found in Kaito's coat.
So Kokichi was shot by the crossbow too?
Yeah.
Then it was Kaito who shot him, right?
I'm not sure. I don't remember anything like that.
You don't remember whether or not you were shot?
There is no doubt that they shot each other with the crossbow, but
It doesn't matter.
Huh?
It doesn't matter what happened in between. In the end, Kokichi killed Kaito.
I think it matters what happens in between because we gotta figure out if that's actually true. Stop bothering me, Maki! In this last trial, you don't need to be lowering your stance here, okay? Maki's been acting strangely. But why? Does she know something? If so, what does she know?
Maybe Maki's right. It doesn't matter what happened in the middle. Because in the end, there's no mistake that Kokichi killed Kaito.
Then let's hurry up and vote.
No, it's too soon. There are still mysteries.
Who cares about that? We already know who the culprit is.
No, not happening.
You sure about that?
I don't know, I felt like his voice came in kind of deep, kind of scared me.
What? Now he's joining in?
As the one running this trial, it bothers me when anyone says mysteries don't matter.
Bruh. I mean, I guess. Is this guy trying to help us out? We're gonna vote for the wrong person. So why not just let us think the mysteries don't matter?
It affects the overall entertainment value, so I encourage you to really think about things. After all, there should be some mysteries that still matter. For example, is Kokichi really inside that exisal? Stuff like that.
What?
Yeah, you don't see any person, so you're just assuming. And we've already heard what they can do anybody's voice, so anybody could be in there.
What are you saying? We already finished that discussion a while ago.
Kokichi's gotta still be alive since the killing game's still going. His voice is even coming from the exisal and everything.
But that's not proof.
But we heard it speak in Kaito's voice earlier, didn't we?
Yeah, don't rely on that. After all, this exisal has a voice changer.
And it what?
Ha! Because of that, nobody realizes I'm pretending to be Kokichi.
Honestly, did Suishi get surprised by that? Like, literally, this is not a secret. It happened right in front of your eyes. Okay.
But no more! Sorry for the wait, guys. The luminary of the stars has arrived. This time for real.
What? What's going on?
I told you, I'm Kaito. I was just pretending to be Kokichi is all. There's a bit of a situation going on, so I didn't really have a choice. Sorry about tricking you guys like that. My bad.
Huh? So Kaito's in there after all?
Don't be stupid. How many times are you going to be tricked by him? That's Kokichi pretending to be Kaito.
Hey now, Maki Roll. Don't you believe me?
Don't ever call me that!
Whoa
Okay.
there, chill. You really think I'm Kokichi? I mean, I guess I understand. Sorry, I can't really get out of this thing right now.
Why not?
I can't move because of the injury I got from Kokichi. It's so bad I can't even stand. That's why I'm in this exisal.
Honestly, I'm kind of doubting whether anybody's in there or if they're conscious. So Monokuma is just controlling the exisal, but there is technically someone inside. So I don't know which one that is.
Is that so?
But if you guys don't believe me, then we can't move on. So, you're up, Shuichi.
What? Me?
Explain to everyone how I wasn't the one that died.
Kaito is alive after all. No, maybe that's just what I want to believe. Is it really true? What story does the evidence tell? Does that story end with Kaito or Kokichi being the victim? I need to give a well-reasoned answer to that question, and soon. I can't look away from the truth. Wait, what's the question? Ah! I'm trying, I really am, but I can't think of anyone other than Kaito. Most of the evidence we have points to Kaito.
Hey, what's the matter, Shuichi? Just hurry up and tell everyone why I'm not dead. Should be easy.
Yeah, most of the evidence does definitely point to Kaito. But, bruh, where the heck is Kokichi? And why even flush it down the toilet?
Won't, because you're not Kaito.
Okay.
Kaito is already dead.
Okay.
Despair will never die! Good! This is already more entertaining!
But is Kokichi alive too? Or maybe they both died? Question mark? I'm not sure. Oh, this is definitely interesting. This is already more entertaining. Okay.
Now, the Ultimate Academy is proud to present its very own more phenomenal trial grounds!
Okay.
All right, let's give it everything we've got!
Are we really split on the issue or something? Split opinion, but who has a split opinion? But I guess we're gonna argue either way. Which one is dead? Oh, it's cut. Okay.
I suspect that Kaito is inside the exisal.
I got this! Unless he comes out of the exisal, we can't confirm that.
He said that he can't leave the exisal because he's injured.
Lucky! Anyone who knows about Kaito's injury can make that claim.
Okay.
Is it possible that Kokichi got crushed instead of
Lucky! Did you watch the footage? Kaito was the one who got crushed.
But there was an arrow hole on Kokichi's.
I got this! Kaito's clothes had arrow holes too.
Okay.
I want to believe Kaito is still alive and defeated the mastermind, but
Lucky!
I don't
The
know.
mastermind is still alive. Inside that exisal.
I don't know.
why
Okay.
are you so opposed to Kaito?
I got this! Because the evidence doesn't support the claim that Kaito is still alive.
Okay.
Damn it!
Why is there all of a sudden an A? What is this? Oh gosh. Those were Xbox. Oh gosh. That was confusing.
I don't-
Thank you.
Want to believe it. In a way, I still can't. But the evidence shows that Kaito must be the one who died.
Okay, cool.
I hate it. I hate it so much. But it's the truth.
But it's still weird. Like, why try to hide the body? Interesting.
I see. If that's the conclusion you've arrived at, Shuichi, then there must be no mistake.
Okay.
Then the one here is.
Looks like I messed around too much.
Sorry, that was just a little joke.
what a sick joke!
You're still an asshole.
True, and I can't forgive him. But we still need to stay calm, be rational. Because we need to get to the truth of Kaito's death.
Yeah! Just keep calm and carry on!
Why are you saying that? What part of that was calm?
Getting back on topic, why don't we examine the crossbow a little more closely? I think we need to get all the facts straight, so we don't fall for any more lies.
I agree, but what do you think, Maki?
Fine.
Okay, let's discuss that then.
Why are you acting like you're in charge of things?
So if we assume that Kaito and I shot each other with the crossbow, then the most efficient way to solve this is to set up a timeline of events.
Thank you.
Hey, I said, why are you...
Alrighty then! Let the debate begin! When the crossbow fired, what was even going on?
Okay. I don't know.
You need to ask, you were there!
The crossbow was in Kaito's possession first. He probably fired the first shot at Kokichi too.
Then Kokichi disarmed Kaito, took the crossbow, and
Uh-huh.
returned fire.
I don't know.
I didn't take the crossbow from Kaito.
Uh-huh.
I secretly brought a different one.
I believe it.
But only one crossbow was taken. The other two are still in my research lab.
Uh-huh.
Still, only one arrow was fired. So how could they both shoot each other?
By the
3
way,
arrows.
Crossbow shots hurt a lot. My wound is still aching something fierce.
What was that just now? I feel like that goes against the information I have.
When the crossbow fired, what was going on?
Ask, you were there!
The crossbow was in Kaito's possession first. He probably fired the first shot at Kokichi too.
Kokichi disarmed Kaito,
Took the crossbow.
and returned fire.
I didn't take the crossbow from Kaito. I secretly brought a different one.
One crossbow was taken.
Okay, I
The
believe
other
that.
two are still in my research lab.
Only one arrow was fired.
That's wrong!
That is wrong.
What do you mean, one arrow?
Yeah, what do you mean?
Well, I only gave Kaito one arrow, so...
What?
Are you positive?
There are 3 arrows.
Of course! There's no way I got that wrong.
Well then, that's strange, because...
Kokichi was shot twice, and Kaito was shot once. In the arm, at least is how it looks.
There were 3 arrows in the bathroom, remember?
3? I know I only gave him one! Kaito even told me to only bring him one. He said he wanted to avoid fighting.
There were 3 arrows at the scene, but Himiko said that she only brought 1. What is going on here?
Maybe Kokichi had some hidden away?
Ah,
Why would Kokichi have 2 arrows when he didn't have a crossbow to fire them?
But we know for certain that 3 arrows were recovered from the scene. And all 3 arrows had blood on them.
And altogether, their clothes had 3 perforations in them. So we know for certain that they shot 3 arrows at each other.
then where did those arrows come from? I don't think that Himiko is lying. There must be some angle to this that we haven't considered yet. Like Maki's angle, because she was doing she's doing some weird stuff. Let's question her. We haven't gotten there yet. Think. I need to think. Taxi drive? Okay, cool. I guess. 3, 2, 1. How many arrows did Himiko give? Kaito, 1. We already know. One. Thank you. I'm thinking. I've thought it out. Were all the arrows inside the hangar from the start? No, I don't think so. It's gonna be a big fat no for me. Okay, I say a third party.
It connects!
It does connect. I was actually gonna think, did Maki?
That the additional arrows were brought in by a third party?
A third party? So someone besides Kokichi or Himiko?
That's just a guess, though. There's no way a third party exists.
Nah, they
If
definitely
a third
exist.
party did exist, why would they bring 2 arrows?
Kaito was the only one with a crossbow. I made sure I handed it to him.
Kaito said he only needed 1 arrow. Clearly, he didn't want to fight.
Yeah, that's right.
So the other 2 arrows weren't for Kaito. They were for the third party to use themselves.
So the third
I
party
see.
didn't hand the arrows through the window. Instead, they went into the hangar and shot the crossbow themselves?
Interesting.
Impossible. There was an alarm system and an electric barrier around the hangar.
Yeah. That hangar should have been completely closed off, right?
It was completely closed off, but can we confirm that? I feel like there might be another way, some way that we haven't figured out yet. I'm overlooking something. Think. What method did the third party use to enter the hangar? I don't want this.
I see now. That's it. The exisal. The exisal could be used to enter the hangar. We couldn't get in because of the alarm system and the electric barrier. But that shouldn't have been a problem for any of the exosols.
Yeah,
right?
and it was definitely Maki. And now that I hear this, she definitely was trying to kill Kokichi with those arrows. So yeah,
So
she's
if
trying
you
to help
wanted
out.
To enter the hangar, all you had to do was pilot an exosol.
I saw an exosol enter the hangar last night. So was this third party piloting it?
Yes.
By the way, I just want to confirm something with Monokuma. Would the alarm still go off if there was a person inside an exosol?
Well, I wasn't trying to keep this secret, but since it's about the details of the hangar, I guess I can tell you guys.
Yeah, tell us.
It makes sense that the alarm system and electric barrier wouldn't react to an exosol. After all, the hangar is where the exosols are supposed to be stored. It'd be a hassle to disable the security every time an exosol comes and goes, you know?
Yeah.
So even if someone is inside an exosol, the security system wouldn't catch them. Because it'd be a hassle to leave the exosol every time you have to put it away.
So it's like Shuichi said? A third party got in an exosol and entered the hangar?
Yup.
But can just anyone pilot an exosol?
Well, Kokichi,
It's surprisingly easy. If you use both hands, both feet, and both nipples, you can do it.
Nipples too?
Wow. Okay.
Anyway, this third party commandeered an exosol and infiltrated the hangar. That same person must have brought the other two arrows with them.
I told you that's impossible.
Nah, Maki, it was you. It was you who went in there. Huh?
There's no way you can get through security if you pilot an exosol. It's not possible.
What? Not possible.
And why do you know that? Maki, what are you talking about? What are you thinking? What do you know? Why are you trying to hide it? Why? Why don't you tell me?
if someone was piloting the exosol, they could have used it to enter the hangar.
Uh-huh.
That's not possible.
Tell us why.
Is operating the exosol really that difficult?
Do we even know how to get inside an exosol?
Uh-huh.
Outside the hangar, there were 4 exosols,
Okay.
and they were all moving too.
I was controlling them remotely.
Electro hammers weren't an option. Yesterday, all the hammers were still recharging.
All the
There's no way to
hammers.
stop an exosol. So getting inside one would have been impossible.
You're right, it's impossible.
It's not impossible. If there's one way to stop an Exol, I have to show them.
If someone was piloting the exosol, used it to enter the hangar.
That's not possible. Do we even know how to get hangar? There were 4 exosols, and they were all moving too.
I was controlling them remotely.
Hammers weren't an option. Yesterday, all the
Oh my gosh, am I just missing?
There's no way to stop it.
Crazy. Okay. Thank you.
That's wrong! Wait, not all of the electro hammers were being charged. I know because I found one.
Honestly, it's kind of stupid just to leave a hammer there. As if they were in a rush and couldn't take it with them? I don't know, but that's weird.
There was a used electro hammer near Monokuma and the exosols.
Is that electro hammer used by the third party? Maybe they used it to disable an exosol.
Yes, I think so. When I saw them last afternoon, there were 4 exosols. But this morning, there were only 3.
I noticed that too. Was the missing exosol taken by this third party?
Shuichi is getting warmer. How about you say the answer right now? Who did it? Who is this third party?
I mean, it's obvious. We all know who the third party is. The identity of the third party. The electro hammer gives us a clue. I saw 4 exosouls at the scene yesterday when I went to meet up with Kaido. This morning, when we were trying to get into the hangar, there were 3. The culprit must have used the electro hammer between yesterday afternoon and this morning. There's only one person among us that I can think could do this. Wow, I think I went the wrong way.
It's you! Maki, you're the third party we're looking for, aren't you?
What? It's Maki? What are you saying?
Remember what Kokichi said.
But be careful. The electro hammer runs out of battery pretty quickly. So if you use it against an Exel, it'll run out of juice with just 1 shot. Got it?
The electro hammer needs to be recharged for 24 hours after it runs out of battery. That hammer was used last afternoon, so it couldn't have been used this morning.
Oh, right. When we were all gathered in the dining hall this morning. Maki was the only one without an electro hammer, wasn't she?
Knowing that, the electro hammer I found could only have belonged to Maki. And that leads me to the conclusion that Maki must be the third party. She also knows how to assemble the crossbow and could have returned it to her lab later.
True.
You brought a different crossbow than the one Kaito had, right?
Maki took 2 arrows and her own crossbow from her lab, disabled the exosaur with an electro hammer, and infiltrated the hangar. Now we just have to figure out what happened after.
I'll kill your logic.
Okay. What did she say? She'll kill me? I don't know if I heard that correctly.
Why are you doing this?
Because I gotta find the truth. What?
Why are you getting in my way?
Getting in your way? Maki, what are you—
Yes, I'm the third party.
Huh?
I admit to going into the hangar with an exosol, and then shooting the crossbow. I didn't kill anyone. I'm not the culprit!
I mean, I don't know who the culprit be. Well, crossbow, electro bomb, I don't know.
I used the electro hammer. And I used the exosol to enter the hangar too.
Okay.
I also shot the crossbow there. However, I'm not the culprit. Because the crossbow is not the murder weapon.
Okay. What is then?
The crossbow is not the murder weapon? What do you mean?
Is it the poison?
The arrows left holes in their clothes. Think about the locations of the wounds. They were on his arm and back. An arrow to each of those spots wouldn't result in a fatal injury.
I don't know about that.
That's why the crossbow can't be the murder weapon. Therefore, I'm not the culprit.
I don't want to think that Maki's the culprit. I want to believe her. But the way she's scrambling to defend herself.
The arrows left holes in her clothes wouldn't result in a fatal injury.
I'll cut through your words! It wouldn't matter where the arrow hit, if it were poison.
Ah, I see.
Poison?
I noticed something about the poison in my lab during the investigation. There was just a little less in the bottle than before. If that poison had been applied to those arrows, they would have been lethal, no matter where they connected.
Maki, do you have a rebuttal?
What's the matter? Why don't you say anything? Don't tell me. Are you really the culprit?
I mean, she really did shoot Kokichi.
There's no way she is! Cause why would she kill Kaito?
No, she shot up Kokichi.
I can't understand if you don't explain anything!
Maki is still fighting.
Huh? Fighting?
Yeah.
Do you remember that Maki said she would do anything to defeat Kokichi? Maki is trying to kill Kokichi in this class trial. She wants to kill the mastermind, a remnant of despair.
Then when Maki said she would sacrifice anything, she meant...
The sacrifice that Maki's talking about must be... Okay, no. I'm just stupid. I'm just stupid. It's okay. Let me be stupid for a bit. It's us. All of us.
That's it!
I should have known. I'm sorry.
She plans to sacrifice all of our lives in order to kill Kokichi.
Sacrifice us?
Then, by hiding the truth, Maki was trying to get us to arrive at the wrong answer. Just to kill Kokichi and the rest of us along with him?
Doesn't that mean that Maki's the culprit?
She knew what happened and tried to hide it from us.
I mean, it doesn't mean that she's necessarily the person that killed him, though, is it? I don't know.
But that mischievous plan was ruined, all thanks to Shuichi here. Too bad, Maki. I already predicted this would happen.
You knew all along that Maki was the culprit. That's why you've been so calm.
This isn't over. Maybe we do have the truth now, but this isn't over. We have a choice to make. We don't have to follow where the evidence leads.
Huh? What do you mean?
Does this mean you're gonna vote for someone else, even if it's not the truth?
No.
Someone else? You mean vote incorrectly on purpose?
What did you say?
Kaito told me that only I would be able to grasp what lies beyond the truth. That means finding the truth is not enough. We need to grasp the hope just beyond it. So Maki, please tell us the truth. The truth that only you know.
So Kaito said that to you. Then, does that mean you guys made up before he died?
Yeah, when I went to see him yesterday.
I see. Okay, I'll talk about it. Especially since it's my responsibility for involving everyone. Shuichi, you're so persistent. Were you always like that?
You think so? Maybe Kaito's charisma is starting to rub off on me.
That guy could be pretty stubborn.
Then, what really happened?
Or maybe he asked you to kill him. I don't know.
Maki, please tell us.
Please.
And so, Maki began telling the truth. A truth that would leave us all in shock.
Don't just start narrating things, you're ruining the mood!
Okay.
Well, I guess this turn of events isn't exactly boring either.
Well, okay. Intermission? It's not over yet? Let's listen to the stuffs.
Well now.
Please return to class.
The flashback light became the motive. When Kokichi remembered that he was a remnant of despair, I planned to kill him. I thought that if I killed him, this game, and the battle between hope and despair, would end.
Sounds reasonable.
I was confident in my talent as an assassin. I knew I would be able to do it.
We've tried to end this killing game before, but...
You were naive.
Huh?
That's what I thought. I knew Kokichi would take advantage of my naivete, simply because it's him.
Maki totally gets me!
That's why. I needed to settle it myself. I took the poison arrows and the crossbow. and broke into the hangar with an exisal. But when I entered the hangar, I saw something I never expected. Kaito and Kokichi were fighting each other. Kokichi was shot in the arm with a crossbow arrow, probably by Kaito when he fought back. Both of them stopped and looked at the exisal, most likely surprised by its sudden appearance. Kokichi immediately took out his remote and attempted to control the exisal I was in. I jumped out of the exisal before he could, and shot Kokichi in the back with an arrow. That should have been enough to stop him, since the arrow was coated with poison.
The Strike 9 poison, correct? But why pick that particular poison?
Because it didn't have an antidote, maybe?
Some of the poisons in my lab were far more lethal.
I wanted Kokichi to confess his true intentions before he died.
Okay.
And find out why he was always lying and trying to confuse us.
Doesn't matter. I mean...
What do you mean?
If he was the mastermind, it would have been easier for him to hide in the shadows, right? He could have made it seem as if the late Junko was secretly behind this killing game. That way, he could reveal himself as the surprise mastermind to liven up the game.
Yeah.
Because of his suspicious actions, anyone would already suspect him as the mastermind. Especially with that message in the courtyard. Kokichi said it was a hint, but was it necessary for him to go out of his way just for a hint?
As a remnant of despair, I imagine he wanted to feel the despair of his plan being thwarted.
Yeah, that doesn't make sense. That does not make sense.
I think that if he wanted the thrill, he would have carried out the plan carefully.
Exactly.
So when his carefully laid out plan goes to waste, he would be in utter despair.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Maki must have wanted to hear it directly from Kokichi himself.
But it was pointless. I was a fool for thinking I could have a serious talk with him.
What are you talking about? Remnants of despair? What's that? I don't understand anything you're saying. But anyway, why are you starting a killing game when it should have ended? You already know it's all meaningless. And that I'm the mastermind. Do you love killing that much?
Shut up, you asshole! I realized it was pointless to continue the conversation, so I shot the final arrow. But then... What?
Kaito protected Kokichi?
I mean...
Why? Why would Kaito protect Kokichi?
At that moment, my mind went blank. I knew I had to do something about the poison. I rushed to Shuichi's research lab for the antidote.
So you didn't have the antidote with you at the time?
I used Strike 9 poison to torture Kokichi for info, but I planned to kill him from the start.
That's so mean!
But that was my first mistake. Because of that...
You what?
I ended up killing Kaito. When I returned with the antidote, the hangar shutter had been closed. I assumed it was Kokichi's doing. But because of that, I couldn't enter the hangar anymore. I needed to give Kaito the antidote somehow, so I went to the bathroom window. Kaito, can you hear me? Quick, drink this antidote! After calling out to him, I chucked the antidote through the bathroom window. Kaito noticed it and grabbed the antidote. But Kokichi stole it from him.
Sorry, but I can't die here. Since I'm the mastermind of this killing game.
Wait! There's only one antidote!
Oh, you don't have to worry about Kaito. He fulfilled his dream, right? He already went to space.
Damn it!
Stop!
Phew, I feel so much better. I guess that's a wrap. Or maybe not, because now another class trial is going to start.
Last trial?
You'll be the Blackened for this case, you know. The Blackened who killed Kaito.
I killed...
Shut it! Screw the class trials. Like hell am I gonna let you have your way?
Kaito! Why did you protect Kokichi? If you didn't help him, then...
I couldn't help it. Even if it's Kokichi, I can't have you kill anybody.
What?
Aw, Kaito wasn't protecting me. He was protecting Maki. The situation just got way worse, huh? Maki is gonna become the Blackened responsible for killing you. All because you protected me!
Don't you worry, Makiro. I'm not gonna die that easily. Just leave it to me. I'll put an end to this killing game.
You're still full of energy. Even like that. You really are not boring.
What?
I want to see what a dying Kaito can do. So, show me what you've got. I won't meddle with your plans.
What are you...
Don't mind me. Run, Makiro. Just hurry up and run. Run and live. You gotta live.
But I refused to give up. I tried to enter the hangar by breaking the control panel with my knife.
Okay,
In the end,
that's why.
I couldn't.
So that's where the marks on the control panel came from, huh?
After that, I returned to the bathroom window once more, but I didn't see anyone. The bathroom door was closed. I called out, but neither Kaito nor Kokichi answered.
Okay.
I couldn't do anything anymore. All I could do was leave.
Is it an interesting clue that Kokichi said he wouldn't like meddle in their plans anymore because he was interested in seeing what a dying Kaito would do? I don't know if that means anything, but
That's when I made up my mind. As the Blackened who killed Kaito, I would kill Kokichi during this class trial, in exchange for all of your lives.
So that's what happened.
Then Kokichi, knowing what he knew, still helped Maki cover up her crime?
Was that why you smushed Kaito in the hydraulic press?
well, who smushed him?
Kaito wanted Maki to be spotless. As his friend, I felt obliged to help him.
How dare you make fun of him! You call yourself a friend? You enjoyed watching us suffer! You fucking asshole!
Ooh, Maki is so scary. Good thing I'm in this exosol. Pretty sure Maki would have already killed me if I was out there in the flesh. So, what are everyone's plans now?
Is that really Kokichi in there, though? I have my doubts still. If I don't see him face to face, I still doubt it.
With the truth out in the open, who are you guys gonna vote for? You can vote for me, but if you do, we'll all die together. Or vote for Maki and live. Well, choose whichever you want. I don't care either way.
Why? Why are you so calm? Your life depends on this too.
Who cares? Just choose already. Come on, who are you gonna vote for?
No, we can't vote yet. We don't have the whole truth.
Nope.
This case isn't over.
Huh?
Thank you for telling us everything, Maki. Thanks to you, I finally understand. There's another hidden truth within your testimony.
A hidden truth?
Yeah?
Yes, I'm positive. Because there's something wrong with the testimony you've given us.
What's wrong? Tell us. The part of Maki's testimony that doesn't add up. Kokichi drinking the antidote? Oh, whoa! I got it all wrong. It's okay.
That's it!
Okay, thank you. I don't know what's wrong about it, but tell
Maki
me.
said she used a knife to try to break the control panel and enter the hangar.
Okay.
But that doesn't make sense, because there's an alarm system on the shutter.
Oh, that's true.
Oh yeah! The alarm should have gone off if someone got close to the shutter.
I was too focused to notice at the time. But now that you mention it, it is odd.
Maybe the sensor just missed her.
Nah, that's not possible.
The security there isn't that sloppy. If a shady person got near the shutter, the alarm would have gone off without question.
Then why didn't the alarm go off?
Like I told you, this isn't over. There's still a hidden truth to find.
That's right. There must be some kind of reason behind all these oddities. Finding that reason will help us find the hidden truth. Okay, bring us to the truth, Suichi.
I did attempt to enter the hangar. And I tried to destroy the control panel with my knife.
Okay.
At the time, the alarm system didn't go off.
But if you had approached the shutter, the alarm would have activated with 100% certainty.
Maybe it was just broken.
Perhaps it was turned to a special setting?
Or maybe Maki is telling a lie. Did you really try to break the control panel with it?
I'm not going to tell any more lies.
It seems like the alarm system itself was working properly. So what can we learn from that?
I did attempt to enter the hangar.
Approach the shutter, the alarm would have activated with 100% certainty.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
There is a way to disable the alarm system. An electro bomb would take it down.
But Maki only had one bomb, and she used it during the raid this morning.
Then the only other person who could have used one is Kokichi, right?
Huh? Why would I use an electro bomb? I had no reason to shut off the alarm, right? I'd be at a disadvantage if I did that.
I guess so. I can't come up with a reason why Kokichi would want to cut the alarm.
Yeah? But we know that the alarm system was neutralized. It had to be. In that case, then...
I've got it! Disabling the alarm system wasn't the real objective.
What?
The main objective of Kokichi using an electro bomb was...
That's it!
Okay, thank you.
It was to deactivate the safety function on the press.
Deactivate the safety function?
The electro bomb wouldn't have just taken down the alarm system. It also would have disabled the hydraulic press's safety function.
That's true, but why would he do that?
There's only one reason that anyone would want to do that.
Yeah, to use it.
I'm right. It means that we've been thinking about this all wrong.
Ah, okay.
All wrong.
What aspect of this case runs contrary to the new evidence?
That's it!
Okay, thank you.
Kaito's cause of death.
What?
If the electro bomb was used while Maki was trying to deliver the antidote, maybe Kaito didn't die by poison. It could be something else entirely.
Yeah, because you wouldn't have to use it if the person under there was not alive. Yes, the cause of death could now be... Right?
This is it!
Okay. Yes.
The hydraulic press. Kaito could have been killed by the press after all.
What? He could have?
If the safety was off, the press could have crushed Kaito while he was still alive.
Right after I threw the antidote, I tried to open the shutter. So, Kaito should have still been alive.
And if he was crushed by the hydraulic press after that, then we have our cause of death.
If that's the case, it'd mean the one who killed Kaito wasn't Maki.
It would be whoever was operating the hydraulic press. Kokichi.
Okay.
I see. Very impressive. The hydraulic press could have been the cause of death.
You know what? The thing is that really Kokichi? I
But
don't know.
that's just a possibility.
What do you mean?
It's possible that I killed Kaito with the press, but there's no way to know. Kaito's death could have been either the poison arrow or the hydraulic press. Both causes are possible, but you'll never be able to determine it. No matter what.
No matter what?
That's not true. We can probably solve this mystery too.
I like your enthusiasm, Himiko. Yes.
Right, Shuichi?
Yes, Suichi, we can. Is it really possible to determine Kaito's actual cause of death? I say it is possible. No, there's no evidence that determines the cause of death. Absolutely. Huh? Suichi, it can't be. I don't want to accept it either, but I don't want to believe it, but fine, it's not possible. Let me just not be positive anymore. I guess, but we can determine something else,
I
right?
hate to admit it, but Kokichi is right. We have no way to prove the cause of death.
What did you say?
You can't check the body, and you don't have any conclusive evidence. You can't deduce any more from here on out. There's no way to know what happened. But I know, because I was actually involved.
So that's what you were trying to do. You were trying to commit an unsolvable murder.
Do you finally get it? Yep, that was my plan. The gimmick of this murder case isn't the unknown victim, but rather the unknowable culprit. No one understands but me. Only I know the answer. There's no more room for deduction here. Choose the culprit with your own intuition.
Intuition?
Are you troubled? I'm sure robots don't have intuition, right?
Is this really the answer we've come to? That we can only pick one or either? Okay,
But
let's
there's
continue
nothing
on.
you can do about it. This is just how the trial goes. So, who is the culprit? Maki or me? The heart-racing excitement as the blackened and the spotless face off. It's voting time!
No, it's not. It's voting time. I mean, honestly, the last thing we know is Kokichi for now, so that's all we can say.
Hey, that's my line. I'm the one who decides when it's voting time.
Okay, thank you for saving me, because...
Oh, come on. No one's gonna figure out the truth. Let's just vote already. This won't be a problem, right, Monokuma? Because you know who the culprit is, don't you? Just like you always do.
Huh? Yes, of course.
Why are you sweating, Monokuma? Stop doing that.
Yeah. What kind of a reaction is that?
The culprit, you say? Yes, of course I know.
Okay.
Why do you seem so flustered?
Is he doesn't know the culprit?
Flustered? Me? What are you talking about?
What's going on with Monokuma right now?
Monokuma, do you not know who the culprit is either?
Huh? Oh, what do you mean I don't know? What don't I know, huh?
You don't know, do you?
Then how do you even have a trial if you don't know? That doesn't make
What
sense.
does this mean? Why doesn't Monokuma know who the culprit is?
Monokuma doesn't know who the culprit is either? If Monokuma doesn't know, what does that tell us about this case? Wait, this case?
Yes, that's it. So that's what Kokichi's real objective was.
Huh? What are you talking about?
Kokichi wasn't just trying to commit a murder that we couldn't figure out. He was trying to commit a murder that Monokuma couldn't figure out either.
A murder Monokuma can figure out?
But how's that possible? Okay.
What's the point of that? Kokichi's the one who's controlling Monokuma.
But consider how many elements of this case would be cleared up. prior to this case, Monokuma always knew the specific details of each crime, correct?
Mm-hmm.
That must mean that he was using some way of monitoring us.
That's true.
Perhaps there are hidden cameras, strategically placed to avoid our detection.
I can't say for certain, but he must be keeping watch somehow. Kokichi probably used the electro bomb to scramble whatever that was. The electro bomb would prevent any cameras from sending video wirelessly.
True? Okay.
Which means it wouldn't matter where the surveillance cameras were hidden.
Like I said, what's the point? Kokichi's the one who's controlling Monokuma!
Unless he's not really the mastermind.
Before we determine that for sure, I want to make one thing clear. If the objective were to create a crime that would stump Monokuma, the Exisals... Yes, the Exisals weren't protecting Monokuma. They were...
Oh, they were watching him. I get that.
That's it! They were watching Monokuma.
Watching him?
Yes. Remember what Monokuma said earlier in the investigation?
Oh, at the time the Exosouls were on autopilot and directed to only observe me. Ah, okay. I
If
see,
they
I
were
see.
protecting him like bodyguards, they wouldn't have been facing him. They would have been scanning the area, watching us. But they weren't. That implies that they weren't watching us. They were watching him.
True.
They were trying to make sure that Monokuma wouldn't go near the crime scene.
That reminds me. Before I stole an Exisol, all 4 units were focused on Monokuma. That's why when I stole one to enter the hangar, the other 3 didn't pursue me.
So Monokuma must have been talking about Maki.
Even if it puts someone at a disadvantage, the class trial must always be fair. The person who shared that info with me didn't even seem interested in sharing it with you guys. So you shared instead. That way it'll be fair to all the participants.
She didn't want to share that information because it would have linked her to the murder. In which case, it could only be Maki.
You're right.
So to summarize this discussion, Kokichi used the electro bomb in the hangar and the Exisals to watch Monokuma, thereby creating a scenario in which Monokuma has no idea who the culprit is?
Yup. I don't know.
I told you there's no point! Kokichi's the one who's controlling Monokuma!
No, Kokichi might not be controlling Monokuma at all.
What?
But Kokichi's the mastermind, right? Shouldn't he be controlling Monokuma?
Kokichi might not be the mastermind.
Very true.
What?
He just really wants to be the mastermind, since he's like the ultimate supreme leader.
Remember that the only reason we think that is because Kokichi told us. Monokuma hasn't said a word about that. It's possible that Kokichi is just lying to us.
Though it is kind of weird how he was able to get all that power and access to the Exisouls and other things without being the mastermind.
No way I lied!
Unless he's strictly working with Monokuma.
I'm definitely controlling Monokuma. The mastermind of the killing game is totally me. The one who pitted humanity's last survivors against each other is... all me, baby.
Right. He's a remnant of despair. How'd we forget that?
Okay.
But that doesn't necessarily mean that he's the mastermind.
Well, I guess. But is that really possible?
Yeah, tell us how that's possible.
Well, Monokuma,
I can't answer that without causing problems, because I gotta run this trial fair and square.
Even more reason to give us the answer. If you don't tell us the truth right now, you'll be an accomplice to Kokichi's lies. Does that sound like a fair game? Would you say this class trial is fair?
Yeah, tell us. Is Kokichi the real mastermind or not?
Yeah.
No need to think about it. You're being way too forward, you know.
Aren't you normally the forward one? I mean, I don't mind, because that's probably part of your strategy, too. But in the interest of fairness, I suppose it's time to tell the truth.
Aw, you're not Kokichi?
Unlike the lies you love so much, the truth should be impartial to everyone.
And what is that truth?
I'm not being controlled by Kokichi, because he's not the mastermind.
I mean, could have seen that one coming.
Is that really true?
Kokichi was just messing with you. I never once said he was the mastermind.
Then it was all Kokichi's lie?
Yeah, that is what that would mean. With the key from the last motive, he was the first to learn the truth of the outside world. Based on his deductions, he fabricated a lie to make you all think he was the mastermind.
I see. Kokichi's own deductions.
Do you want to know? Then I'll tell you. I'm getting kind of bored with all the lying, so everything I say now will be the truth. Okay?
His deductions got a lot of details right, though. Pretty impressive, honestly.
Mm-hmm. He is impressive. I really like this dude.
But what about the Exosols? If Kokichi wasn't the mastermind, how'd he control them so easily?
Yeah, tell us how you got that out of your control, Monokuma.
He just used Mew's remote control, right?
Okay, what? Mew's remote control?
So the remote that Kokichi was using was made by Mew?
Interesting, okay.
Oh, you didn't know? Mew not only invented the Electro Bomb and the Electro Hammer, she also made a remote control that can hijack any electronic device.
Okay.
Kokichi just slapped a receiver on each of the Exosols and took them for a spin.
Damn, why did she even try to kill Kokichi if she had all this power? She could have ended the game from day one if she was working on this stuff.
Hey, isn't it a bit unfair to tell them all that?
Fairness has nothing to do with it. I offered up that info purely out of spite.
Yeah, Monokuma, tell us the truth.
Spite towards you for trying to usurp the mastermind's role and take over the game.
Well, whatever. It's way more interesting to defeat an enemy who plays dirty anyway.
What's going on? It seems like they're actually fighting.
Because they are.
There's no doubt about it. Kokichi isn't the mastermind.
Were we just being dragged around by Kokichi's lies the whole time?
What were you trying to accomplish by pretending to be the mastermind, Kokichi?
Now you're gonna be all quiet? This is so frustrating.
I don't know. I'm assuming he really just likes to be the person in charge and being like the ultimate evil badass that he is, you know?
Then if he's not the mastermind, who is?
Junko Enoshima for the third time. Actually, but I don't know.
Why are you so certain there's even a mastermind to begin with?
Because you're still here. There has to be someone controlling you. What?
What do you mean?
Why, that's on a need-to-know basis, and you don't need to know.
But I wanna know.
Me too. The real mastermind is not Kokichi. Who could it be? I was thinking it was Junko Enoshima, but that can't be. She's dead. We've never come into contact with her. So, if so, who's done this? Who's planned this killing game?
Anyway, this conversation has flown off the rails. Let's get things back on track. This class trial is to figure out who the culprit is, not the mastermind. So, yeah, get to talking.
I agree.
Okay.
Before we worry about who the mastermind is or what my intent is, let's figure out the culprit.
It's kind of like most likely you or Maki. I don't know.
Kuma doesn't know who it is. How is he supposed to confirm the results?
Yeah.
We don't need to worry about that. Let's just leave the decision-making to Monokuma.
Honestly, Monokuma has to know. Is he just playing games with us, just being that nervous? He has to know who the killer is because there can't be a class trial otherwise.
But you gotta run the class trial too. So no mistakes, okay?
Are you trying to get me to do something?
You've been watching us solve all these cases, but you can't be a spectator anymore. You're gonna participate in the class trial from here on out.
Okay. Huh?
So let's resume this class trial. Monokuma, you gotta use your brain too.
Does he have something against Monokuma too? Because this doesn't sound like someone who would be an actual remnant of despair. Like, if you think about the flashback that he had with or that Maki had with Kokichi, he's like, I don't even know what you mean by remnant of despair. I almost don't believe he doesn't really know what remnants of despairs are, since everybody else knows, but he seems kind of antagonistic towards Monokuma. Like, if you worshipped the idea of him, or Junko Enoshima, you most likely won't act that way. Or is it because someone else is impersonating his beloved Junko Enoshima and he doesn't like this new person that isn't Junko? I don't know.
This will be the final class trial. Me versus Monokuma.
You versus Monokuma?
When I play a game, I intend to win.
And do your best, Kokichi. Go for it.
But what's considered winning in this game? Beating the other players?
Mm-hmm.
No. Beating the game's mastermind is the true victory.
I like the ambition, Kokichi. Go get it.
And that's how I'll win. That's why I decided to challenge Monokuma.
I don't think it'll end well for him, though.
If I can deceive Monokuma till the very end, then I'll be the winner.
You're dragging us around like this? Just so you can win a game?
Yeah.
As I suspected, your thought process defies all logic.
But since the outside world is in total ruin, this game is the only entertainment we have. At least I can enjoy this game to the fullest and feel good winning.
Sure.
You really are a remnant of despair. Your way of thinking is just chaotic.
Remnant of despair.
Yeah, he's always questioning that statement. Like, I don't know what you guys are talking about.
Whatevs. Let's just get this started.
This guy even was confused about hope. The term hope and despair. Like, no, we've always been on that. Why does he sound so confused when we bring it up?
If the students or Monokuma don't know who the culprit is, then I'm the winner.
Don't underestimate me, or Shuichi and the others for that matter.
I don't want you to be on my side, though. Like, okay, back off. What?
It's just like a remnant of despair to try to assume control of the game. But these kids are all that's left of Hope's Peak Academy. If you think they're gonna make this easy for you, you better think again.
Like, you're on our side? Thanks, Monokuma,
Whose
for the
side are you
encouragement.
taking here?
Side? Isn't it obvious? Monokuma joins your party.
Ew. Ultimate Despair Headmaster.
Now, let's join forces and unravel the truth behind this case.
Well, we were going to do it anyway.
Let's just ignore Monokuma. His actions are always beyond comprehension.
Yeah! Let's just focus on the case.
Hey, be quiet so we can ignore you.
Now, where should we start? We've already established what Kokichi is after.
Yes. And he's just trying to have fun. I don't know why anybody's mad at him for that. It's a little bored. The world's ruined. Just a little murder, entertainment. Anybody would be after that, right?
He's just gonna keep talking anyway, isn't he?
In my experience, whenever you learn a new fact,
Mm-hmm.
you learn something else along with it.
And what's that?
Yes, let's look for that.
You warmed up to him real fast. I guess you are both robots.
So another truth comes out. That piece of evidence makes more sense now. The evidence that I couldn't wrap my head around.
This is it!
Okay, cool. I was thinking I was definitely
Let's
gonna get this
discuss
wrong.
the video of Kaito being crushed by the hydraulic press.
Mm-hmm. That was a little interesting, I guess.
Kokichi said that he filmed that video to prove he was not the victim.
Uh-huh.
But we know that Kokichi was trying to mislead Monokuma. So what about the video?
Okay.
It's pretty strange to present evidence that condemns you after all.
Truly is.
Then what kind of mistake was Kokichi trying to get me to make?
Maybe he crushed Kaito with the hydraulic press, so the cause of death would be unknown?
But if that were the only objective, there would be no need to film it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Discovering the crushed body would have been enough. No need to show us the film.
Maybe. I don't know. I don't want to guess.
That's true.
I guess you're starting to fit in after all. If you get any cuter, I'm gonna hug you.
No, Himiko.
Huh?
No.
Really?
There must be a reason you went out of your way to show us the body being crushed.
No reason, really. That's just my twisted personality.
Did he really kill Kaito? I don't know. You're lying again, Kokichi. There's a method to your madness. If you wanted Monokuma to make a mistake, then showing us the video, it must have something to do with trying to fool Monokuma. Taking the video of the murder, but keeping the victim's identity hidden. What does it show? What doesn't it show? I don't know, man. Okay, that looks... It could have been a W, okay?
The victim.
Huh? Is it even possible? No, that's a question for later. For now, we know that.
If you show the moment of Kaito's death, of course it would lead us to believe he died. Even if we can't positively identify the body, we would still believe Kaito was the victim.
Mm-hmm.
That might be exactly the mistake Kokichi was going for.
Does that mean
So,
the victims were switched?
Switched?
like he was willing to kill himself to have that be a mistake Monokuma got caught up in?
Then it was some other dead body that got crushed by the hydraulic press?
What?
Where would he even get another body?
Where would he get another body? The only person I can think of is Angie if she had like sculpted him before, but other than that, no, I can't really think of where they got a body from.
There should be plenty to choose from if you reuse the body of a former victim.
If there was an unknown body, then we could guess the victim was switched. But too bad. Switching the victims was impossible.
Why is that?
The footage showed the body being crushed. When in the footage would they have been able to switch the victim?
Good question. It would have to be
And
like a
we already
magical trick.
established that
A
the footage
magic
was
trick.
not doctored in any way. The camera doesn't have any editing functions. Just play, record, and pause.
Bruh, we gotta go back to Himiko. She's the only one that could play a trick like this. So yeah,
Monokuma
Himiko.
also said that no computer was used to edit the footage. Remember?
Damn it! Me and my big mouth!
Which means switching out the victim would not be possible. Also, if the victim was switched, then that would mean Kaito is still alive. We already discussed this so many times. The chance of that happening is impossible.
It might be possible.
Ooh, Maki kinda wishing it true.
Huh?
There could be a trick to make the switch possible. We just haven't noticed it yet.
Oh, and what trick is that?
Yeah, Suichi, what's the trick?
See, you don't know, do you? I already said it's impossible.
Maki's not wrong.
Ooh,
There
okay.
is a way it could be done. So we can't just give up here.
Hey, Shuichi. I'll think harder about this as well.
Yeah, thank you, Maki, for starting to follow my ways. It's always good to question.
So, can you confirm whether or not the victims switch places? If Kaito is alive or not?
Maki.
Well, she has the hope, so, you know what?
I don't like the thought that I killed Kaito. I don't want that.
Okay then. Let's talk about the possibility that Makiro mentioned.
Yeah, okay. Wait, is there only one antidote, though? Is it possible for Kaito to be alive?
Himiko, if you call her that again...
Yes, please.
Oh, okay. Then let's all talk it over together.
Together. And don't forget, you're not alone. Don't try to do everything by yourself. It's only gonna wear you out. When times are hard, you gotta rely on your friends.
Yeah, I'm sure we'll figure something out.
Jeez, you guys are a stubborn bunch. There's no trick.
That's probably another lie.
However, if the victims were switched, then that would mean the footage was altered. How could it have been altered when we know that the footage wasn't edited?
It's all about the angles. What you see and cannot see.
If we could figure that out, maybe we'd know how they switched places.
I knew there was a trick to that video the whole time.
Yeah, of course Himiko knew. She's like ultimate mage, right?
Okichi made it, so it's 100% suspicious.
A trick to that video. What could it be? What's suspicious about it? Honestly, the only thing I can think of is the fact that the way it smashed down was way too fast compared to when we saw Akibo almost being crushed, because it was a pretty slow movement. So I don't know. Like all the way through, but I don't know if that's like a attention to detail thing.
There must be some trick to that video.
That's what you all gotta figure out.
There is no trick. You can check, but there's no editing function in that camera.
Did the placement of that camera seem suspicious to any of you?
Maybe.
The filming angle seemed unnatural, don't you think?
The person in that video. Was it really Kaito?
Something seemed off about that video to me. When the hydraulic press stopped for a brief moment.
I agree with that.
Could it be that the video was shot at another location?
No, I don't
Any
think
other
so.
bright ideas?
Let's do Electro Bomb
everybody,
first. Something else later. I feel like someone said something that gives us a clue. If we put our heads together, we can find the truth. Or hope. We won't fall into despair.
There must be some trick to that video.
That's what you all gotta figure out.
There is no trick. But there's no editing function in that camera.
Did the placement of that camera seem suspicious to any of you? The filming unnatural, don't you think?
The person in that video. Was it really Kaito?
Something seemed off about that video to me. When the hydraulic press stopped.
Okay, no. The hydraulic press wouldn't stop when I lay underneath, but it did for Kaido. This is obviously robophobia. I'll never forgive the bigoted hydraulic press.
Damn it!
When the hydraulic press.
Oh, okay, thank you.
I agree!
I guess it's just a hydraulic press.
Kibo is onto something. Isn't it weird that the hydraulic press stopped for a second?
Yeah, it definitely stopped.
Because
So
when Kibo and I first investigated that hydraulic press,
it was like a smooth motion. It did not like all of a sudden slam like that. Yeah.
Yes, that's right. The hydraulic press kept lowering itself without stopping.
but in the video,
And it's like stop there and then
The hydraulic press stopped briefly, right before it crushed the body?
so Kaito could have been alive then, and then the person, and then once you use the electro bomb, I'm serious, he had to use it for that.
Why would it stop?
Why did the press stop? There's only one reason I can think of. Okay, fine.
I see it.
Can I change my settings?
The only way to stop the hydraulic press is the force stop button.
An electro bomb went off in the hangar, which would have interfered with the safety function. There'd be no way to stop the hydraulic press unless someone used the force stop button.
Mm-hmm.
When you say someone, you mean Kokichi, right? He was the only one there.
Actually, maybe I pressed it by accident. I don't really remember. So what of it? The press only stopped for like a sec. You can't switch the victim in such a short time, can you?
Not unless you have a bomb, you know?
That's true.
Electro bomb.
There's also the question of how the bodies got switched while the camera was rolling. That would have clearly been caught on camera.
While the camera was rolling.
Oh, I see. It wasn't just the press that stopped.
Huh? What do you mean?
You know exactly what he
If
means,
you stop
Maguma.
something else at the same time you stop the hydraulic press,
Yes, I see it now. That's how the bodies were switched. If you stopped that, you could have swapped the bodies easily. Ah, okay, fine. I mean, it's quicker than the taxi drive thing, so... Okay, this one. I knew it all along.
I see it. The culprit stopped the video camera at the same time as the hydraulic press. Then, while the camera was off, they switched the body under the hydraulic press. After the body was swapped, the press and the camera were started simultaneously. So it just looks like the press stopped for a moment.
That's what I've been saying this whole time!
Thanks, Monokuma.
When did you ever say that?
In his mind?
So they stopped at the same time. The camera position did seem odd to me. But now I get it. The trick wouldn't work unless it was set up there.
Huh? Why?
To get the trick we just described to work, the camera had to be set up precisely.
Mm-hmm. Let's pin that down. Where was the camera set up? I was staring for too long. I apologize.
There! The video camera must have been set up somewhere around here.
Okay, I was close enough.
To operate the press and the camera at the same time, it would have to be near the switch.
That's why the video was taken from that unnatural angle. If they were recording it like normal, they would have used a better angle.
Mm-hmm.
And if it was recorded at such an odd angle, then that proves the trick was used.
Camera angles, huh? Looks like your cosplayer experience is finally useful.
Barely.
Well, cosplay doesn't really come up all that much in class trials.
There was a reason the camera was set up there, but also a reason for the height. When the press was stopped, you couldn't really see who was inside it, correct?
Not really.
That was intentional. The body is mostly hidden by the press, making the swap easier.
Yeah.
The camera must have been placed at such a high position so it would produce that angle.
I wonder if they used that tripod in the hangar to adjust the camera's height.
Did they get that from the warehouse too? Jeez, that place is like a 4D pocket.
You don't get to make that reference.
Then, that logic is correct, right?
Perhaps.
Kokichi used that video angle trick and switched the victim in the hydraulic press. In that case, Kaito is...
Maybe. I don't know.
Or he was crushed by the press. He was swapped with a different body. So Kaito's still alive.
I don't know if I want to be that hopeful. Maybe. I don't know.
Well, wait just a minute.
What? But I just summed it up so nicely.
Himiko, the different body you mentioned, what are you talking about?
What do you mean? What does she talk? Okay, go on.
The bodies from the other cases. Kokichi's the mastermind, so he...
The bodies from the other cases. It's an interesting idea because it's like, where would he get the bodies from the other masterminds? Like, who could it be? Like, maybe Rantaro? Is there any other person? I don't know.
Wait, the mastermind?
Yeah, Kokichi isn't the mastermind, so I don't think he'd be able to produce a body to switch out.
What?
Well, Monokuma, do the rules allow for a body to be reused?
Oh, yeah, no. I don't think it goes like that, no.
Very well, I'll answer that.
You're giving in pretty easily.
Well, it's crucial information to make the trial fair.
Okay, tell us.
This discussion is pointless if it's not clear what the culprit was allowed to do, right?
You're a convenient mastermind, but I guess that makes defeating you worth my time.
Now then, regarding the reuse of a dead body.
I mean, you were able to do it, right?
That is impossible! All the dead bodies have already been thrown away.
Wow, that's cruel. Cruel. But if they weren't thrown away, that means we could have used them.
The other bodies are gone? Then who did Kaito switch places with?
Kokichi? I don't know, man. Kokichi and Kaito were the only ones in the hangar at the time. If they were the only ones present during the body swapping trick, then the real victim, it was the mastermind. There's no way the mastermind, the other person in the hangar. If it wasn't an old body, it could only be...
What's wrong, Shuichi? Who did Kaito switch places with?
Maki, I think I missed something very important here.
Tell us, Suichi.
Something important?
If I have the timeline right, there were only 2 people in the hangar at the time. Which means that something had to have been decided before. I have to pin that down. I can't let anything escape me this time. Do I have to? I lost so many hearts. I'm dying here.
I can't believe I overlooked this.
What do you mean?
There were only 2 people in the hangar at the time the bodies were swapped, which means they were working together.
Huh? Working together?
The only 2 people involved in the swap were the victim and the culprit. The culprit was operating the camera and the hydraulic press, while the victim lay inside. If they switched places while the press and the camera were stopped, then the person who turned the camera and the press back on was the original victim. To put it simply, both people operated the press and camera at different times.
True.
An
Okay.
impossible trick, unless the victim and culprit agreed to cooperate beforehand.
Victim and culprit cooperated? Is that even possible?
It sounds bizarre, but perhaps that was the whole point. Commit a crime that was so confusing, even Monokuma would be tricked.
Jeez, this culprit's a real jerk. So, have you realized who done it yet?
Kaido? The culprit of the case. If my detective work hasn't failed me, the culprit is inside that Exel. It can only be them. I'm gonna die right now. Thank you.
The apparent victim we saw in the video was Kaito, which means Kokichi was operating the hydraulic press and camera at first. If the 2 of them switched while the press was stopped, then the culprit who started the hydraulic press again and crushed Kokichi must be Kaito. So, the person inside the exisal isn't Kokichi. It has to be Kaito.
What did you say?
Plot twist? That's kind of cool.
So the culprit for this case is Kaito Momota. That is what the ultimate detective has deduced, right?
Man, I don't know. Is that really true? I don't know.
Kaito is the culprit? What? You're joking, right? You can't be serious.
I don't want to believe it either, but it's the only way any of this makes sense. My detective work has led me to the conclusion that Kaito is the culprit.
Is that true? Is Kaito really in there?
Hey, answer us! If you really are Kaito, then...
I'm the culprit.
Okay, like, let's be honest. She would do anything to protect her boyfriend, so
There's
let's
just no way that Kaito can still be alive. Because I'm the culprit.
Wait, you? But didn't you
I
say...
saw it with my own eyes. Kokichi drank the antidote that he stole from Kaito. There's no doubt Kaito died. And he died because of my poison arrow.
But you told us you didn't want to kill Kaito!
Yes, I never wanted to. I wanted to believe that I didn't kill him. But the truth speaks differently. In the end, I was just running away from the facts.
Huh? I don't understand.
Maki, are you trying to protect Kaito? If he's the culprit, you're trying to help him get away.
There was only one antidote, so it's more likely he died from my poison arrow. This is the truth.
It's not decided yet. I could have still killed him with the hydraulic press. Either way, those are the 2 options. Monokuma knows the answer, right?
Huh? Are those the only options?
I guess that's how things turned out.
No, that can't be. The person in that exisal is...
It's not Kaito! I saw Kokichi drink the antidote! There's no mistake. Kaito is dead. I killed Kaito.
I mean, she'd rather believe she killed Kaito.
There's absolutely no doubt. That's the truth.
Ah, I thought so. Maki's trying to protect Kaito. I understand how she feels, but if Kaito is the culprit, why did he agree to Kokichi's plan? Yeah, I can't imagine that Kaito would do something so selfish. Yeah, why would he agree? Like, he really has been to space. You got nothing else for you. Like, there must be a reason for it. I truly believe that. But I have to get to the bottom of this before I can uncover that truth.
But Maki, you don't know for certain that Kokichi drank the antidote.
What?
You saw him drink it right in front of you, but you couldn't confirm he actually did it. So maybe there's another possibility.
What are you talking about? Impossible. That's impossible. There is no other possibility. I killed Kaito.
Oh no, this is gonna be terrible.
I killed Kaito.
It ends here!
Okay, thank you. These buttons are confusing. Since this is not Xbox.
Kokichi just pretended to drink the antidote. He didn't act.
Okay,
He
yeah, sorry.
pretended to drink it?
Drinking the antidote was part of his lie.
Yeah, he lies a lot.
Maki could only see so much through the window. She didn't confirm Kokichi drank it. I believe that Kokichi knew this and just pretended to drink the antidote. After Maki left, he gave the antidote to Kaito.
You know what? This does sound like it's Kaito then, since he was like the only one who didn't receive the flashback light, so he doesn't remember any of the things they were talking about.
There's a strong possibility that all of this was done to make Kaito cooperate.
Make him cooperate?
The swapping trick required the victim and culprit to work together. Kaito's cooperation was essential to Kokichi's plan. However, I don't think Kokichi would be able to sway Kaito easily. He needed leverage. He gave Kaito the antidote in exchange for his cooperation.
In exchange for his own life, you mean?
Kaito had no choice. He had to cooperate after Kokichi saved his life. That's just Kaito's character, and Kokichi knew that. He swallowed his pride with the antidote and agreed to participate in Kokichi's plan.
But didn't Kokichi make this plan? What good is it for him if he's dead?
I imagine this was all part of Kokichi's plan to confuse us. You wouldn't think that someone would plan their own murder.
I mean, kind of happened in the second game.
He went so far as to give up his life just to create this mystery?
Only Kokichi could think of something so nefarious. Who else would agree to die just to execute their plan?
That's crazy. Why would he go that far?
I mean,
I bet Kokichi was determined to beat me at my own game, no matter what. But too bad! Shuichi figured out the truth!
Truth? Are you sure it's not delusion?
Delusion?
A delusion completely off the mark. To make you think that I died. But who cares what you guys think? This is between me and Monokuma. I don't give a crap if the extras in this game get it right or not.
Extras?
I'm fine with being an extra.
I mean, as long as you're alive.
Why?
If we're just extras, then even if we get it wrong, we won't get killed.
No, I'd still kill you all. Don't put Kokichi's words in my mouth.
But why? You are being so friendly with us.
If Monokuma gets it right, then he takes everyone's lives, yeah? But if Monokuma gets it wrong, then he'd have no right to take everyone's lives. If Monokuma doesn't know who the culprit is, then this killing game can't function anymore.
can't function anymore.
Kaito, I believe in you.
If you're cooperating with this plan, you must have a reason. To determine that reason, I need to reveal the truth.
I still think Kaito is the culprit. Thinking of it that way makes all the pieces fit. I will show you the truth. The truth you can't deny.
Closing argument. Okay. Both of them were evidence in the bathroom.
This is the
but okay,
truth
cool.
of the case.
Thanks.
Let's go over the trick that Kokichi and the culprit created together. Last night, Kibo saw Himiko from the window of his lab. She was carrying a black case and heading to the Exisal hangar. When she reached the hangar, she handed the case to someone through the bathroom window. That someone is the culprit of this case. Locked in the bathroom, the culprit had asked Himiko to bring them a certain weapon. A disassembled crossbow from Maki's lab. The culprit was going to use the crossbow to challenge Kokichi to a fight. Some time passed, and Maki made her way to the hangar. She was going to the hangar to kill Kokichi and save the culprit trapped in the bathroom. However, the hangar had an electric barrier preventing her from entering. Fortunately for her, she had an electro hammer to get around the barrier, in a way. She used her electro hammer to disable an exisal and climbed inside. She knew exisals could bypass the barrier, so she got inside one. Around that time, the culprit and Kokichi began their confrontation. While Kokichi was checking up on them, the culprit ambushed him with a crossbow. But the culprit didn't intend to kill Kokichi. They just wanted to disable him. That's why the culprit aimed for Kokichi's right arm. If they really wanted to kill him, they would have shot him in his vitals. Kokichi reeled from the arrow, and the culprit jumped on him immediately. He didn't want Kokichi to have the chance to summon an exisal with a remote. While they were fighting, something happened that caught them both off guard. The shutter of the hangar opened, and an exisal stepped inside. Kokichi was definitely not expecting an exisal to interrupt them. He pulled out his remote in an attempt to control the exisal. But Maki leaped out of the cockpit and shot Kokichi with her crossbow. The arrow hit Kokichi right in the back, and it was no normal arrow. The tip was covered in a lethal poison from my lab called Strike 9 poison. The poison kills slowly. It seems as if Maki wanted Kokichi to confess before he died. But even with poison in his veins, Kokichi continued to spin his lies. When she had had enough, Maki tried to finish him off with another poisoned arrow. But this time, Maki was the one caught by surprise. To keep Maki from becoming the Blackened, the culprit used their body to shield Kokichi. The culprit's left arm was struck by a poison arrow. Maki remembered that there was an antidote in my lab and immediately ran off to get it. The strychnine poison slowly circulated through their systems and would soon kill them both. But in that desperate situation, Kokichi thought up a clever lie. He incorporated this unforeseen event into his plan to help him win the killing game. Or should I say, help him defeat Monokuma. That was Kokichi's true objective. It's why he claimed to be the mastermind. Thinking fast, Kokichi closed the shutter so that Maki could not re-enter the hangar. Thus, Kokichi's final lie was set into motion. When Maki returned with the antidote, she couldn't get back inside the hangar. So she went around to the hangar bathroom and passed the antidote through the window. But after the culprit was given the antidote, Kokichi immediately snatched it. Kokichi drank down all of the antidote while the culprit and Maki watched in horror. Maki must have been panicking, thinking the only antidote was now gone. She believed that the culprit was going to die from her own poisoned arrow. But it was all another one of Kokichi's lies. He had only pretended to drink the antidote. Maki tried desperately to break into the hangar, even slashing the control panel. But she couldn't get the shutter to open again. Defeated, she had no choice but to leave. After Maki had left, Kokichi took out another weapon. An electrobomb, capable of disabling communication devices for hours. Kokichi's plan was to use an electrobomb to knock out Monokuma's surveillance cameras. That was why he commissioned Mew to make the bombs in the first place. After detonating an electrobomb, Kokichi coerced the culprit into drinking the antidote. In exchange for the antidote, Kokichi asked the culprit to cooperate with his plan. Kokichi needed to work with the culprit to execute his final lie. Under normal circumstances, the culprit would never have agreed to such a plan. But because the culprit owed him for saving their life, they agreed to Kokichi's request. Request is a generous term. It was more like blackmail. In any case, the two were now working together as accomplices in an insane plan. There was a lot to prepare and not a lot of time. They had to work fast. If Kokichi died from the strychnine poison, the whole plan would be ruined. After fabricating the scene in the bathroom, the culprit dragged Kokichi to the hydraulic press. This is how the swipe pattern bloodstain from the bathroom to the press was created. Kokichi, with the support of the culprit, stood in front of the press's control panel. The two of them were finally ready to execute the insane lie. While Kokichi was setting up the video camera near the hydraulic press's control panel, the culprit laid face up inside the press, draping their coat over their shoulders. Then, Kokichi activated the press and the camera's record button at the same time. The hydraulic press came down slowly, all caught on tape for us to see. Normally, the safety function would have triggered, but the electrobomb had disabled it. The press got lower and lower, and just as the culprit disappeared from view, Kokichi pressed the force stop button and the camera's pause button simultaneously. The two then switched places and also switched roles. The culprit and the victim. The would-be victim became our culprit and started up the press and camera. Kokichi had saved the culprit's life because his trick required their cooperation. He wanted to win the killing game, even if it meant dying himself. And so, Kokichi was crushed by the press, and the whole thing was caught on video. The culprit's left sleeve was dangling from the press, making us think he was the victim. Now alone, the culprit collected the video camera and tore the hydraulic press's power cord so that it could never be raised again. This would make it impossible for us to determine the identity of the crushed body. But there was another reason the victim was killed in this way. It obfuscated the cause of death, making the case that much more difficult to solve. This was all part of Kokichi's plan to create a murder not even Monokuma could figure out. With the press disabled, the culprit returned to the bathroom to flush Kokichi's clothes. Finally, they climbed inside of an exisal to hide and waited with bated breath. And here they are now in this trial, pretending to be Kokichi. They're trying to deceive Monokuma in order to defeat the true mastermind. And that's it. That's Kokichi's unidentified culprit trick. The culprit is in that exisal. It's you, isn't it? Kaito Momota, the ultimate astronaut. I'm right, aren't I? That's you in there, isn't it, Kaito?
Yeah, Kaito.
Really? Is it really Kaito?
Is
I
it?
must reluctantly agree with Shuichi's deduction.
Man, Shuichi sure loves his crazy deductions.
You're still not gonna admit it?
Admit it, but it's wrong.
But logically speaking, his deduction tracks.
If it's really Kaito in there, he would have admitted it by now.
Is Shuichi's reasoning wrong somehow?
No, my detective work was flawless. It's the truth. I'm sure that Kaito is inside that Exel. It actually makes sense now. So why is Kaito still fighting me? Is this about Monokuma, or is there another aspect to this? I'm assuming there's another aspect to this. I don't know
You claim
what.
everything is set, and that's it. You don't have any evidence, do you? You all think the body was switched when the hydraulic press stopped for a moment. But that's just speculation in the end. No evidence to back it up. So
True.
if we reverse our reverse way of thinking, then it's likely I didn't do anything, right? It's totally possible that the body switching never happened and Kaito is dead. Not just possible, it's the actual truth.
But would Kokichi really ever tell the truth?
Well, it's true. There's no proof that the bodies were switched.
No, we should trust Shuichi's deduction. I'm sure everything will be okay. This emotion I've learned, I believe you'd call it faith. That's what I feel right now.
That's right. We have to believe in Shuichi.
Well, I don't care either way. But if you guys get it wrong, you'll have to deal with Monokuma. What will the result of this voting time be? If Monokuma makes a mistake, he won't be able to execute anyone, right? Then it will be my victory, and that will ruin the entire killing game.
Ruin. I see. So that's your objective. You mean to ruin the killing game itself. That's why Kaito has been so stubborn all this time. But what does he mean by ruin exactly? Monokuma can do whatever he wants to the rules. How do you ruin something like that? What would be the point?
Come on, Monokuma. Start the voting already.
Yeah, I'm getting to it. Sheesh! Let's proceed with voting time, shall we? Sorry I fell short of your expectations, but I'm pretty sure I won't make any mistakes. 'Cause I got the ultimate detective's airtight logic on my side.
Now I know the whole truth and why. I believe in my own logic, and I believe in Kaito. From this point on, it's not about logic, it's about how far I'm willing to go. I believe in you, Kaito. Not as a detective, but as Suichi Saihara.
Can I just say something? I'd like to have one last conversation before we vote.
But how does that work? Are we just supposed to vote for just someone else entirely? I don't really get it, but yeah, let's continue.
One last conversation?
There's more to talk about?
You see, before we vote, there's something I have to say.
Okay, tell us.
I just need you all to listen.
I mean, I haven't really lied once in this trial. Maybe I'm gonna lie about something. What's up? We're about to lie, right?
All right, let's pin this down. Who is inside that exisal?
Kaito, right?
That's what you said, isn't it?
Kokichi's the one who died. And the culprit is Kaito standing right there.
Isn't that correct?
Of course not! I would never die!
I trust Shuichi.
Kaito is trying to ruin the game. That's why he's hiding the truth. I don't know exactly why, but he's putting his life on the line for it. So to put my faith in him, this is the only way. Everything that we've determined up till now, what if I turned it all on its head? Yes, I need to lie.
All right, let's pin this down.
Okay.
Who is inside that exisal?
Kaito, right?
That's what you said, isn't it?
Kokichi's the one who died. And the culprit is...
What do I lie about here?
That's what you said, isn't it?
Kokichi's the one who died.
I'll reveal the truth. Kokichi, I'm sorry. I just can't lie for you anymore.
What?
What do you mean, lie?
Why did you say Kokichi? The one in the exisal is...
I'm so sorry, everyone. I've deceived you all.
Huh?
The truth is, after we found the crushed body, I saw Kokichi.
You saw Kokichi?
Okay.
Yes. He threatened me, told me that if I didn't do what he said, he'd kill us all. He wanted me to lie about what I saw, so that the trial would be more interesting.
Okay, why would you do that?
But I can't do it anymore. I can't keep lying like this.
I don't find this lie believable.
I have to tell the truth. Kokichi isn't dead. He's alive.
Hold on! Why did you wait until now to mention this?
I don't know.
I'm so sorry, Kibo, but it's true.
Really. I'm really sorry, but this is the only way. Kaito is trying to fool Monokuma, trying to ruin the class trial. If Kaito is risking his life to do this, then I'll stand by him. I believe in Kaito. I will believe in what he's trying to do. He's not doing this to hurt us. I'm sure he's trying to save us all. I don't know about this. If Monokuma wants to rely on my detective work, fine. I'll just lie.
Everyone, please, don't vote for Kaito.
But you already did the detective work. Does a lie like that even work now? I don't know about
There's
this.
no doubt about it. Kokichi is in that exisal. He's the culprit.
I mean, it could be a little confusing though, so I'm not
Hey,
sure.
Shuichi, I don't know what you're scheming, but as far as I'm concerned, you guys aren't extras at all. If you guys are wrong, you're gonna have to take your punishments like champs. Got it?
I'm not wrong. We can't vote for Kaito.
Are you
Stop it.
crying?
That's enough.
Huh?
It's over. If you guys get it wrong and Monokuma gets it right, then you'll all get punished. There's no way I can let that happen. So, it's fine. Let's end this.
Man. Yeah, I wasn't thinking that was gonna go anywhere good. Like, nah. At this point,
Kaito!
you're gonna start trying to lie? Like, no, you should have been starting from the beginning if that was gonna work.
So, it really was you?
My bad for tricking you guys. I'll explain everything. But before that, it's voting time. Alright, don't get it wrong. I'm definitely the culprit. You got it? I'm the one who killed Kokichi.
Kaito, no!
It's just like you to figure it all out, Shuichi. You're really something else. So all you gotta do is believe in your reasoning. That's what detectives do. Hey, Monokuma, let's hurry up and get this vote started.
Well said. Let's get this started then. The heart-racing excitement as the blackened and the spotless face
Okay,
off.
it's cool. It's cool. We get it. I mean, this is literally the exact situation with that happened with Kaede for Suichi. It's like another person I trusted. Damn it. But maybe it hurt more with the Kaede situation because, man,
It seems
that could have
the
been like a
voting has
girlfriend.
finished. Now then, let's see the
Like,
result.
who cares about another dude if I'm not into them?
Who'll be chosen?
Yeah,
as
we
the
know. We know the thing. I mean, we already saw it. It was the Kaito guy, the Kaito dude. I don't really remember. He's kind of gone now. Or he will be. Well, that's a pretty good mark. They mark a lot easier in this game.
Well,
Or I might just be doing so much better. Well, if the culprit's gonna confess, then I guess even morons can't screw this up.
absolutely right.
The blackened who killed Kokichi Oma is Kaito Momota. You all got it right. So, you all got it right, huh? Even Suichi and Maki all got it or something. What a relief. Well, I knew you guys wouldn't get it wrong.
But you know,
But man, was it hard to act like Kokichi the whole time. I mean, sure, he wrote most of his own lines.
Jeez.
Seriously, look at this huge script. He wrote the whole thing. It's even got a bunch of alternative lines for different events too.
Huh.
But even so, I still had to ad-lib. You guys couldn't tell though, huh?
Come on, man.
Don't look so sad. You guys got it right, it's all good.
Why?
Why did you kill Kokichi? You were against the killing game, so why did you kill him? I believed that you absolutely wouldn't do such a thing. Maki, was she protecting Kaido, or just believing in him like me?
That's right.
Yeah, I should explain. Most of it is just like Suichi said.
After Kokichi pretended to take the antidote, he gave it to me. I mean...
Then he told me I had to cooperate with his plan.
Hey!
Plan? What plan? I've been thinking this whole time of a plan to throw the mastermind off guard.
What?
Throw them off guard? What are you talking about? You're the mastermind.
Ah.
That was a lie. I only pretended to be the mastermind.
What?
Pretended? You all fell for it, but you know, I prepared a bunch of stuff. Like this remote control, I had Miyu make it. The mysterious message in the courtyard using Gonta and making him a murderer. All that preparation was just to make you guys think I was the mastermind.
What?
What the hell? Why'd you do all that? The reason why I pretended to be the mastermind
Shit!
was to end this boring killing game.
Huh?
To end it?
Yeah.
I thought if I showed you the despairing truth, you guys wouldn't want to go outside anymore. I thought it would end the killing game. But instead, this happened. I'm going to die by Maki's hand. Why do you think this happened? Why do you think Maki tried to kill me? Why do you think the killing game started again?
What?
Why?
Oh, man.
Because the true mastermind instigated it. I'm certain of it. They made a move without us noticing. Man, thanks to that, everything's ruined.
Hold on!
The true mastermind instigated it? So whoever that person is, they also instigated Maki's actions too?
I'm disappointed.
Yeah, they probably tried to eliminate me because I pretended to be the mastermind.
What?
My actions were instigated by the true mastermind? But that can't be. The reason I decided to kill Kokichi was because I remembered the truth from the flashback light.
Could it be...
Maybe making you remember the truth was what the mastermind wanted.
Huh?
What? Maybe the true mastermind had us use the flashback lights so we would target Kokichi as a remnant of despair.
Which means...
So the flashback light itself was the true mastermind's trap all along. They expected us to target Kokichi once we remembered he was a remnant of despair.
Okay.
Kokichi certainly expected it. That's why he talked about the true mastermind. But even so, this is all rather convenient for the true mastermind. The person claiming to be the mastermind just so happened to be a remnant of despair. We're all students of the Host Peak Academy, and our fates are tied to the remnants of despair. I never would have imagined that fate would bring us to Kokichi's murder. It just plays too nicely for the true mastermind. I didn't know about that flashback light. I guess that's another mystery for you.
I mean,
Anyway, like I was saying,
you know...
then who is this true mastermind? Who knows? I don't know either. But it doesn't matter. We can't lose. This game is pointless unless you win. That's why I thought of a special plan. When I'm on the verge of losing, my plan will help me win.
Huh?
I don't really get it, but is this the plan to throw off the mastermind? Well, it's not that difficult, Kaido. I need you. to kill me.
What? I mean,
The plan was to make a case where the victim was unknown, and then trick Monokuma into thinking I was the victim so he'd mess up. If he ruled that either Makiro or Kokichi were the blackened, then I'd show myself and Monokuma's ruling would be invalid. And if Monokuma's ruling was invalid, the killing game would end.
But
That's what I'm most curious about. What makes you think it would end?
that's right.
Yeah, I asked Kokichi about that myself. Why would Monokuma care if he messed up on who the blackened was? And this is what he said.
Well, you know.
Even if it's Monokuma or the true mastermind, they can't break the rules as they please. Being unfair like that isn't allowed.
Hold up.
What do you mean?
Yeah.
Death games are meant to be watched. If no one was watching, there would be no reason to be such a stickler about the rules. There would be no point in making this a game in the first place.
But
Monokuma's been a stickler about the rules and about making the game interesting. That's why he's agreed to my plan in the virtual world.
which means
Monokuma is aware that someone is watching us. In which case, I have no doubt that this is a death game being shown to someone.
What did you say?
So, this is some kind of show? I mean, isn't it always? Someone's always watching.
But
Like Big Brother. Who'd be watching? We're the only people left alive, aren't we?
Yeah,
That's right. The flashback light is the reason we even remember that.
Ah,
But Kokichi might have been right. Why have a death game if no one's watching? I wasn't sure about it at first, but after this class trial, there's no doubt.
listen up.
Monokuma can't do whatever he wants. He's bound by the rules of the game. That's why he couldn't afford to get the culprit wrong. Why he relied on Suichi.
Yeah.
It's just like Kokichi said, if this game's rules matter so much, someone's watching. The death game is made to be watched. If that's true, then who? Who is watching this?
Hey,
What's this all about, Monokuma? Is this killing game really a show for someone? Who can say? Why would you tell us anything? We were friends during the trial. Himiko, sometimes.
Guys.
Honestly, I was just happy you guys cooperated with me.
Well,
Humans love to help. They jump at any opportunity to extend a helping hand.
well then.
Then there's another question. Who are you really? Is Kokichi a remnant of despair? Oh, if Kokichi, a remnant of despair, is not the mastermind,
Incomprehensible.
then who's the true mastermind? Is it another remnant of despair like him?
ahem.
I'm not gonna spill the beans on a perfect to-be continued cliffhanger like that. Well, why are you are just too cute. Himiko, get yourself together.
what?
Really?
Hey,
I understand Kokichi's plan, but why did you agree with him, Kaido? Why did you agree to kill Kokichi? Because he saved your life? You should have just ignored him. He's better off dead anyway.
Ah,
It was kind of hard to ignore such an ignoring guy. Or annoying guy, what?
jeez.
I wonder how far ahead he planned this evil scheme of his.
What?
Yeah, but killing you?
Don't screw around.
What are you talking about? You want me to kill you?
ah,
I figured you'd react like that. But are you sure you're okay with that? Because if this poison kills me, okay, yeah, then Maki would become the blackened. This definitely seems like another reason that Kaito would do this. Definitely to save Maki. Yeah, I thought of it. I don't think I said it out loud, but I did think about that. And her crime would be exposed so easily.
well, you know.
If that happened, then Maki and I would have died for no reason, right? Which is just what the true mastermind expects.
What?
That's playing dirty. So that's why you gave me the antidote. I am the ultimate supreme leader. There are no depths I won't sink to. Even if I have to sacrifice myself. Anyway, this is our chance. Our chance to end this killing game.
Ruin this killing game.
That's why you have to kill me. So we can win and ruin this killing game. We'll bring the true mastermind and everyone who's watching. We'll bring them down to utter despair. Then everyone who died can rest in peace. Oh crap, I'm gonna die soon. Can we get this started already?
Damn.
You're seriously crazy, dude. But you know?
At least I wasn't boring, right?
I mean, you were a very entertaining guy, Kokichi. You're my second favorite. You did a good job.
That punk.
Then he blackmailed you by using me.
Nah.
No, I agreed to his plan once I heard the word ruin this killing game.
Jeez.
He was crazy, but that let him come up with some crazy plans. And we needed a crazy plan in order to stand a chance against Monokuma. I bet on that chance. I didn't have any other choice.
Damn it.
Because I'm out of time.
What?
Time.
Could it be?
Kaito, you mean your health?
What are you talking about?
But you said you were fine. You told me not to worry about it anymore.
My bad.
That was a lie.
Huh?
A lie? Yeah, it's pretty bad. Honestly, I'm at my limit just talking. No, it can't be.
But you know.
But I gotta wonder how this happened. I don't remember at all. In my memories, I was fine during the medal exam for my training. If he was fine during the medal exam, then that means...
Could it be?
This might be the virus.
What?
Virus? Oh, we were supposed to be
If I
immune.
remember correctly.
One of the plagues that caused our planet to crumble. A virus carried by meteorites that spread across the globe. Hope's Peak Academy, along with the rest of the planet, was in danger of extinction. Even though we came so far and triumphed over so much despair, we were almost wiped out in an instant.
Could it be?
This must have something to do with the virus. Kaito didn't use that flashback light, so he might not remember it. But weren't we supposed to be immune? We were selected because we didn't.
Well,
Perhaps the virus was dormant when you were selected by the Gopher Project.
tell you the truth.
You could have been infected the whole time, showing no symptoms until very recently.
What did you say?
Well, what? Kaito is infected with the virus? But how could that be?
Jeez.
I don't know what you're talking about, but I guess I'm pretty screwed, huh? Well, I knew this was coming. That's why I agreed to Kokichi's plan.
But you know.
When I found out about the plan, I thought it was pretty awesome.
Hey, so.
Kokichi left me with a whole outline of it. I freaked out when I read it. It was a pretty good plan. I thought we might be able to trick Monokuma. But I knew Suichi'd see right through it in the end.
Huh?
What?
Well done.
And that's exactly how it went. Nice job, Suichi. You're really something.
Well then,
Kaito, did you?
That's right.
Yeah, I knew you guys would figure everything out.
Got it.
That's why I was able to get on board with Kokichi and lie to you like that. Even if I messed stuff up during the trial, I knew Suichi'd see the truth.
That's my sidekick.
Just what I expect from my sidekick.
Why?
If you knew I'd see through it, why?
Then,
If you knew it was pointless from the start, then you shouldn't have gone that far.
Ah,
It wasn't pointless. It ended up being a huge success.
What's that mean?
Why?
I mean,
Because of this plan and Kokichi pretending to be the mastermind.
got it.
We got closer to the true mastermind's lair. Behind this truth, there's gotta be a hint that leads to the real truth.
Huh?
The real truth?
Yeah.
Yeah, no doubt. That's why Kokichi gave his life.
but
You talk as if he was your partner when you hated him so strongly before.
What?
Oh, I hate his guts. Honestly, I'm still pissed off at him. He made us go through so much crap. To the end, no, even beyond that. He was a lying sack of shit. Okay.
Hey,
It's getting harder to breathe, so can you...
Hey, so
Hey, can I ask you one thing? You want to ruin this killing game, but you kept saying how fun this game was. That was a lie, obviously. How could a game that you're forced to play be fun? I had to think this game was fun to survive. I had to lie to myself.
huh?
You little... The bastards who created this game to toy with our lives, and the shits enjoying it. They all piss me off.
shit!
That's why I'm willing to do whatever it takes to end this game.
Huh?
Kokichi said that?
Ah,
That could have been a lie too. He probably just said it so I'd cooperate with him. Was it really a lie? I think his dying words may have been the honest truth.
It's a lie!
No, it's definitely a lie. He's not the type to shed real tears. I wonder which one it is. A lie or the truth? I mean, I kind of love how you just can't tell with Kokichi, right? It's fascinating. Okay, well. Even now, at the very end, I don't really understand Kokichi. But maybe that's what lying is all about. The truth is in the eye of the beholder, huh? Kokichi was the very embodiment of a lie.
ugh.
That pretty much wraps up my explanation. Now finally, I need to apologize to Suichi.
Huh?
What? Me?
I mean,
To be honest, I was jealous of you.
Huh?
Jealous?
that's right.
Because you were always saving us, you know? Your detective skills kept us alive. You were just way too cool. I got frustrated.
My bad.
So that's why I was so harsh on you. My bad.
That's wrong.
No, Kaido, that's not true.
Hey,
I was only so confident because you were there for me, Kaido. When you made me your sidekick, you said that you'd take the responsibility. And that's why I can do all this. If you didn't talk to me back then, even now I'd be... He's coughing up blood. He's dying already. Kaito,
Kaito! What?
are you okay? How can I be okay? I'm about to die.
Okay.
You sure are, bucko, because it's punishment time. Punishment? I won't let you.
I won't let you kill him.
Oh?
You're planning to get in my way? You know what'll happen if you do that, don't you?
So what?
I don't care what happens. I plan to kill you anyways from the start.
Indeed.
Yes, I've been determined to fight back for a while now.
Cut it out.
No, stop.
Kaito,
No, Kaito, I can't. I can't let you die, Kaito.
that's it.
I don't care if you're sick. I don't care if you're dying. I won't let Monokuma touch you. Are we all gonna die? What's up?
What was that?
What's so funny?
Hey, hey!
Just thinking about life and how irreplaceable it is. Know what I mean?
Huh?
What?
Hmm.
When a life ends. Okay, sorry. I had a thought process that kind of brought me out of the moment. Let me say it at the end. When a life ends, those closest to it mourn. But if you could somehow recycle that life, then those closest to it wouldn't need to mourn anymore, right?
That's nice.
If we could recycle life, the world would be filled with hope. That's my point.
Hey,
Let me just say that I'm thinking about Rantara right now. Just to say, what are you talking? All right, kids, time for your grand re-entrance. What's happening? Is everyone... Oh, okay. I don't care about these people. What? I was like...
powers combined, we are the Monocons!
Who cares about these guys? Oh my gosh, I was kind of excited, like, ooh, everybody is about to resurrect themselves, but these are robots. Come on now. Like, it didn't even make sense that they were dead. Okay. I was actually excited. I'm like, bruh. I'm Monotaro. No matter how you read it, or spell it, or say it, it's still Monotaro. What the? That's totally a lie.
By the way,
What the hell's going on? I could have sworn there was more of you chumps before.
Hell yeah!
Fuck if I know. Let's destroy Monodam now. This sad sack of bumming me the fuck out.
What did you say?
Well, what the? Weren't all the Monocups completely destroyed?
Hey,
Those old Monocups were destroyed, but these Monocups are the latest model. They still got their factory settings, so in a way, it's like they're brand new characters.
thank you so much.
But who cares? Now that my cups are back, I'm not lonely and miserable anymore.
What was that?
You brought them back on a whim like that? You guys are just as replaceable. Maybe not as replaceable as the Monocups, but finding other people to participate in this killing game is easier than you might think. Finding other people.
Oh well.
Interesting. So other people are controlling them? I don't really get the logic as to why you would even need other people, but yeah, whatever. I got no idea what's going on or what any of this means, but that's right.
Hell yeah!
We're so fucking lovable and shit, except Monodam, of course.
Hey!
Oh, do you know what else this means?
Shing!
Now that the Monocups are back, I've got my ex-soul's entourage protecting me again. Still wanted to find me now? This is bad. If we've got the ex-souls again,
Shut up.
so what?
I won't let you kill him.
I'll fight until the end. Stop. Even if you fight the ex-souls, you'll just get killed, damn it. The remote control and the last electro bomb were crushed in the press.
No.
No. I won't give up. Makiro,
You?
enough already. I've never felt this way before. I've always fought to kill, but this is the first time I've fought to protect someone.
Huh?
And I've never been given a nickname like Makiro before either.
What?
You. And I've never met someone as stubborn as you. Okay, this sounds like a confession, and I'm kind of like, let me back out a bit. Let me not be the voice actor for this. I've never met someone as stubborn as you before. And I've never fallen for someone before. I feel bad for Maki. Yeah, we all knew. We all knew.
What?
Makiro. Maki.
No.
I don't want this to end. I just don't.
I won't let you kill
That's
him.
why I won't let you kill Kaido. I absolutely won't let you.
My bad.
Makiro. Oh gosh. Makiro. I'm sorry, but that's not an option. I don't have as much time left as you think. I'm fighting just to stay standing. But I...
Hey, so...
Hey, Makiro. I asked you before, what's your enemy? Before you hated yourself so much. You didn't even like yourself a little. And wasn't that the reason you tried to distance yourself from others?
That's right.
You decided that you didn't deserve to have friends, didn't you? That was your enemy.
Don't worry about
But not anymore, huh? You're alright now.
it.
You fell for a guy like me. Now you can learn to like yourself.
Come on, man.
Hey, don't cry. Can't you send me off with one last smile?
I believe in you.
Man, I can't believe they're making me sad about Kaito going. I mean, he wasn't a bad guy, so yeah, I feel bad. Like, he doesn't really deserve this. But, man, I feel bad because of Maki. She really pulled... Oh, man, Maki. Guys, too, I'm not gonna allow any tears. Send me off with a bang.
Okay.
Alright, Kaido. I won't cry.
I'll endure it.
Me too. I'm gonna hold it in. Yeah, I'll endure it. I can't cry even if I wanted to. Hey, sorry about the wait, Monokuma. You can go ahead and start now.
Okay.
Can do.
Dong dong dong.
Oh boy, my first punishment time. I've never seen one before.
Hey!
But let me say this to the true mastermind controlling Monokuma.
Get ready!
You better get ready. My friends aren't going to lose to you. That's all.
Please.
I'll leave the rest to you guys. End this ridiculous killing game.
Please do not worry.
We'll end it. So please don't worry.
Shuichi.
And Suichi, never forget, you're not alone. You have friends. Don't try to do everything by yourself, okay?
Okay.
Yeah, Kaido. Okay.
The impossible is possible.
Yeah. Don't forget, the impossible is possible. All you gotta do is make it so.
Okay.
Yeah, thanks, Kaido. Man, Maki. Maki.
Maki roll.
How long are you gonna cry? You should smile.
Sorry.
I can't. That's impossible. I can't. Of course, my bad for making you cry like that. Man, it's actually sad to see this cheesy guy go. So cheesy.
All
But alright then, let's end this with a bang.
Kaito Momota, Luminary of the Star.
A special punishment suited for Luminary of the Stars.
Okay.
You don't gotta tell me. I'm excited to see this started.
Get ready.
Oh yeah? Well, screw you. I'm not gonna die the way you want.
It's punishment time!
Okay? Tell me, what do you mean you're not gonna die the way you want? Is something gonna happen here? I mean, he doesn't look that nervous, so, I mean, I always give props to people who can die without looking nervous. Oh, you're saying, where are you blasting him off to? We're already in space, right? Or actually, no, we're back on Earth. Never mind. Okay. LOL. Where you going? Man, this guy looking sick AF. Like, nah, he can't handle the ride. Error confirmed. Is he already dead? Unfortunately, he's already dead. Well, that's unfortunate. He's already dead. What's going? Kibo? No! That's your hair, is it? Your hair is that hard? Oh man. He looks actually mad about that. Like, come on, he was dying. It happens. You know, it happens. That was... Sorry, Monokuma's expression was kind of funny. But Kaido.
Right?
Kibo, are you okay? You got hit by that debris when you
Well,
I'm fine, more importantly.
Hey!
What's the matter, Monokuma? Upset that Kaido won?
Eh?
What do you mean, Kaido won?
Because
He died before the end of your punishment. Kaido didn't die from your execution.
Okay.
But that's right, Kaido wasn't killed by you. That's Kaido's victory. We lost. I don't know if he meant to do it, but he certainly went out like a stubborn jackass. Well, whatever. It's not like this is the end of the killing game, so it's fine.
What was that?
It's not over.
Hell yeah!
No shit.
Hey.
Ain't it written in the school regulations?
That's right.
The killing game will go until there are just one blackened and two spotless. School regulations. So you're gonna follow the regulations, huh? The only reason you want the rules is because you're showing this to someone.
Well,
I just want an entertaining killing game, but you're certainly entitled to your opinion.
That's wrong.
That's enough. Enough of your bullshit, Monokuma. I made a promise to Kaido. I will end this killing game.
That's it.
And to give Kaido's death meaning, I swear I will keep my promise.
You're right.
Yeah, we're not going to let anyone else die. Who's even gonna play the game anymore? It's already over. What happened to my boy Kibo? He lost his antenna. Something happened to him. Maybe it's a good thing? But I don't know what happened to him. You could cut this tension with a knife. What's everyone talking about anyway?
Well, actually...
Feels like we stumbled on the last act. I don't know what's happening at all.
Pops!
Yo, Pops. Fill us in. We gotta help you out. Oh, Monosuke is acting nice. He's sucking up for brownie points.
They're so cute.
Yeah, they're cute. Okay, I'll spend the whole month telling you what you missed. A whole month? Won't that take longer than the whole chapter?
My little
I'll
cubs.
tell you all about it while I smother you with hugs and kisses. You kids go on ahead and wait for me at
So
home.
long! Farewell!
Okay. Why did I stay behind? Because I want to give you all a report for working so hard.
Why you?
Well, we don't want it. Just go away.
You're really bugging me.
By the way, I don't know where you got the idea that this killing game can be stopped. There's nothing a participant can do to end this killing game. No way, nuh-uh. This game is gonna keep going and going for a long time. During his rant, Monokuma took out
Huh?
a flashback light? What did we remember? Well, what? What did you just do?
What?
Was that a flashback light?
Could it be?
Is it broken? I don't feel like I remembered anything. This flashback light has a special effect. You'll remember soon enough. You'll remember that despair is the only choice you have.
Yahoo!
And that hope does not exist here.